Orioles baseball on Masson is brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by Navy Federal, proudly serving the armed forces and their families for over 80 years. Federally insured by NCUA. Gary Thorne, Mike Bordick back with you. It is a cloudy but warm day here. Chris Tillman on the bench. Final thoughts. He'll get set. Lineup cards are being exchanged at home plate for this home opener. And on the Twins card, it looks like this. Dozier, Mauer, and Sano, Plouffe, Rosario, Park, Escobar, Suzuki, and the speedster Buxton in that number 9 spot. What a break-in season last year for Sano. Last year against the Orioles. Look at that average, 391 homers, and he led the team in RBIs against the Orioles.
Yeah, Miguel Sano was a force last year. They're expecting huge things out of him. Had to move him to right field, though. They weren't willing to give up Trevor Plouffe at third base, who's had a couple monster seasons over there. So they slide him into the outfield and hoping, that won't catch up with him. I know a little bit of pressure on players changing to new positions, but this guy is a great young bat in the game right now.
How about the fact Sano's never played in the outfield at the major league level? This is his first game in the outfield, so we'll see how that goes. Chris Tillman, how about the long wait? I mean, you're all pumped up. The pregame ceremonies took place a couple of hours ago, and the adrenaline's flowing, and now you've been sitting in the clubhouse waiting, thinking, waiting.
Right.
Eating.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's another reason why Buck Showalter picked Chris Tillman. He has nerves of steel, unflappable. A little bit of a weight, I think, is a grind on everybody. They'd like to get opening day to come and go, get it done, play a good ball game, and get the season underway. The anxiety builds in a rain delay, especially the first game of the season. If it was the middle of summer, guys would deal with it and do what they have to do. But, everybody's anxious. A long spring training. They want to get this show started.
And we await the Orioles to take the field here and kick this off. Adam Jones usually leads the ball club out of there for the Orioles. The Orioles center fielder. Field is going to be in great condition. There has not been a lot of rain at all, and the field was covered, the infield portion, for the entire time. So it's great looking and in great condition for this opening day. Fans, of course, have been here for hours as well, as the doors opened early today because of the expected sellout crowd for the home opener. So they have gone through the ceremonies, waited, had 4 or 5 meals, 6, 7 hot dogs.
Absolutely.
Much like people in the booth do. And here they go. Here are your 2016 Orioles. And Chris Tillman ready to make the start.
Yeah, take a look at his pitch arsenal last season. The fastball 65% of the time. That breaking ball, the big 12-6 curve, 21% of the time. The changeup, 14%. Spring training, that changeup was plus. If that curveball has to get filed early in this ball game, look for that percentage to go up on the change. He won ball games this spring with the fastball changeup combination.
Tillman has never beaten this Minnesota team. He comes in 0-1 last year and 0-4 lifetime against the Minnesota Twins. On the other side of it, opening day starts have been very good for him. He's been strong in opening day appearances the last 2.
He is, and I think that comes back to just great poise and minimal pulse rate when he goes out on the mound. A lot of guys get nervous. They let that extra energy kind of ramp up, and they're unable to control that. Tillman's always shown that he can handle this type of pressure. That's why he's had success on this opening day.
He opened up against Tampa Bay last year, a solid run on 4 hits over 6 2/3 innings as he walked 3 and struck out 4. The other opening day start in 2014 came against the Red Sox. He gave up just a run on 7 hits in that game in 5 innings, giving up only 1 walk and striking out 4. So he'll come up against the Minnesota Twins for his 3rd opening day start. The all-time leader in opening day starts for the Orioles, our own Jim Palmer.
Absolutely.
Jimmy had 5 and was outstanding in those starts for the Orioles. Chris Tillman would like to be around long enough to try and equal those numbers for Jim. Mike Mussina and Palmer, both of them the 2 outstanding opening day starters for the most part in Orioles history. So the fans settle back in And we thank you for hanging on with us here. The Yankee game was canceled early this morning. They had snow, rain, cold weather. So the Yankees opener has been postponed until tomorrow. We'll keep you abreast of some other opening day games that are going on. Boston Cleveland was also postponed. They had cold weather and snow. We'll let the fans take you into the opening day pitch as Brian Dozier will stand in against Chris Tillman, and we are ready to go. 2016's official. And a ball put up in the air to left field, shallow. Rickard coming on, shortstop Hardy back and makes the catch. He had to go a long way in the very first play of the season. Goes to Hardy.
Yeah, tough play right here. Used to the tough balls up in the air. JJ putting his hand up. I got this ball. I got this ball. But yeah, wind swirling here in the big stadium, and J.J. Hardy, Gold Glover, able to hang on to it. Take a look at the rest of the Orioles defense. Joey Rickard getting the opening day start in left field. Adam Jones, Gold Glove center fielder. Trumbo out in right field. Power hitter. New position, though. Keep your eyes on him. Hardy and Scope, the double play combination. Gold Glover Manny Machado at third. Chris Davis, the big bopper, signing the big contract this year at first. And the veteran Gold Glover Matt Wieters behind the plate.
And here's the veteran Joe Mauer, the first baseman now for these Minnesota Twins. He's played more games against the Orioles than any other player in this Twins roster. 64th game against the Orioles, and he has been a terror for the O's. Hit 300 against them last season. He carries a very big .338 batting average lifetime against the Orioles with 6 home runs. 2 of those hit here in this ballpark by Joe Mauer. Mauer with Sano waiting on deck. 3 left-handers in the lineup against Tillman in this game. Mauer fouls it back into the screen. Tillman ahead on the count.
Nice fastball right there for Chris Tillman. 94 miles an hour. Now fans remember, it usually takes Chris Tillman a couple innings to get that fastball velocity up. Maybe it's adrenaline today, but I'll tell you, all through spring training he was holding great fastball velocity. You see the Mercedes-Benz pitch track right there, pounding the strike zone down in that lower third.
Mauer in the big cut will go down swinging, and Tillman gets his first strikeout of the year.
And Chris Tillman has the ability to move his fastball around. Yeah, great four-seamer, but he can cut it as well. 94 here, and this ball takes off up and in to get Joe Mauer, one of the toughest hitters in the game today.
So Tillman 2 down, looking for a clean start. Sano coming to the plate. Sano faced Tillman 3 times last year, ended up with the 0 for 3. Had a great introductory season in Major League Baseball, and as Mike said, now gets the start in right field. The Orioles put the shift on against the right-hander, much as it would look like against a lefty, with Jonathan Scope pulled over on the shortstop side of second base.
And you wonder how younger hitters are going to respond to a big shift. They see the whole right side of the field open up. Is he going to try to make an adjustment here? Or is he going to continue to let it fly?
Pitch will be taken for a strike by Sano. Sano is among the rookie leaders in all kinds of categories. 18 home runs, 5th most among rookies in all of baseball last year. First time he's been on an opening day roster. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery by Tillman. Sano and a foul tip into the mid 1 and 2.
Boy, looks like you can climb the ladder on him. You saw the power zone there, all red in the lower third. Make mistakes in the middle, he's going to make you pay. Chris Tillman riding one up to the top to get ahead, 1 and 2.
Now they shift the infield back to more of a normal positioning. Scopes back over there on the second base side. Pitch is there. He got him. Tillman with a great start. 2 strikeouts and a 1-2-3 inning for the Orioles starter. We'll check the Orioles lineup when we come back. Opening day at Camden Yards underway. day, especially for the youngsters. Let's take a look at the Orioles lineup. Brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Machado, Jones, Davis, Trumbo, Wieters, and Alvarez. Hardy, Scope, and Rickert. Chris Davis. Home runs, 2 of the last 3. He's been #1 in the league.
Take a look at Urban Santana's pitch arsenal last season. That fastball 53% of the time. Good 2-seamer and 4-seamer. Rush it up there in the mid-90s. The breaking ball is the slider, and he has great command of that pitch. Nice feel. He can take a little speed off, manipulates it in the strike zone. Last year's numbers not that impressive, but boy did he finish strong. 7 quality starts to end the season. Really what earned him this starting spot on opening day.
And Manny Machado goes around on it. Manny in that leadoff spot. We showed you in the pregame the great numbers that he's had as a leadoff hitter. Lines it to center field. Buxton back and will make the catch. Buxton is an exciting young player and a good, very good center fielder.
Oh yeah, a real good center fielder. Great speed. This ball is smoked by Machado. Turns Buxton, but look at the makeup speed he possesses. This guy can run as well as anybody in the game today. Nobody questions his defensive ability, and he stick offensively for 162 games.
Adam Jones batting in the #2 spot. Manny taking a look out there after that ball was caught, because he, as Mike said, he got it. Numbers last season with the 27 home runs, 82 RBIs. Santana's delivery to him. The Orioles jumping on the first pitch here against Santana. 5 for 21 lifetime for Jones against the Minnesota Twins opening day starter. At the age of 33, he is making his first opening day start. Jones goes after it. There's that breaking ball away and slowed down to 86.
Yeah, good slider. He'll slow it down and get some good depth and tilt on the pitch. He'll speed it up and make it look almost like a cutter. You'll see a lot of lefties get pounded in with that slider.
0-2 delivery. Santana, the Twins feel one of the reasons that they didn't make the postseason, he missed the first 80 games. He had a drug suspension that cost him 80. It was a shocker because it came just 3 days before the season opened, and he was penciled in to be a big portion of their rotation. Now they hope to have him all year. Throttles back to 85 and gets the strikeout.
Pretty good change right there. Now word on the street is Santana's been kind of messing around with a split finger, so on occasion you're going to see a 4-seam, actually a slider that backed up. Apologies there. Chris Davis stepping up. Nice little round of applause after signing that huge contract.
So Chris back, and back where the Orioles need him at first base. Shift is put on, fully employed here. He is 5 for 28 against Santana at lifetime, and 3 of the 5 hits have been home runs. Pitch will miss outside for a ball.
Let's see Davis's power zone. Middle, and he will crush the baseball, but he can expand the zone as well. Look at how far that power zone stretches on the outside corner. Pitchers, boy, they are intimidated when Davis steps into the box. Yeah, there might be some holes and he might strike out, but you try to pitch around him and he starts expanding the zone, he can flip it out any part of the ballpark.
2-0 delivery, and that'll miss up and away. So Santana falls behind 3-0 with Trumbo waiting on deck. Chris Davis will take the walk if he can get it. See if he stays off this pitch. 3-0 delivery to him, and didn't have to. It wasn't close.
Let's take a look at the Twins defense here on opening day. Rosario, Buxton, and Sano in the Twins outfield. Escobar and Dozier up the middle. Kloof over at third. Mauer first base, and the veteran backstop Suzuki making the start today.
Well, one of the new Orioles, one of the new big bats in the lineup. Mark Trumbo gets a nice greeting from the crowd. 30-year-old out of California, making the start in right field. Played with Seattle and Arizona last season, splitting the season. He will take the pitch for a strike. He's gone 2 for 4 lifetime off Santana with a home run. He brings a .250 career batting average at the major league level, and obviously it's the power that the Orioles are interested in to add even more power to this lineup. He was fourth season of Major League Baseball in which he had slugged at least 20 or more home runs. That one inside out to Dozier is a base hit. Break by Davis will get him over to third easily. Trumbo starts his Oriole career with a single. First and third.
And that's what you like to see from this Orioles offense. Chris Davis taking the walk. Yeah, 2 outs. He's not expanding the zone. This is what this Orioles offense has to do. And then Trumbo steps up. Boy, what a piece of hitting. Pulling the hands inside. Hitting one over the head. But look at Davis go. Great secondary lead. Perfect timing. Doesn't miss a beat. Head down easily into third base. Uncontested throw. And everybody in the Orioles dugout should take note of that.
So the first big moment of the game. The Orioles get a chance here in the first inning to get to Santana. Runners on at first and third and 2 down. It'll bring up Matt Wieters. Matt, the switch hitter, 4 for 17, a homer off Santana, and the pitch on the inside corner for a strike. Matt last year hit .220 with runners in scoring position. Because of all the games missed, though, he only had 50 such opportunities, whereas if you're playing every day, you get up to that 120, 130 mark. That one on an inside pitch, foul back off Suzuki, the catcher.
Yeah, Matt Wieters certainly excited to be playing here opening day. A little bit of a setback in spring training that rose everybody's eyebrows when he was shaking out the elbow. A little bit of scar tissue maybe moving around in there, but he bounced right back and he looked good all spring. I mean, he is going to be a huge catalyst for this team.
The 0-2 is going to be inside. Suzuki, the veteran catcher, makes a nice stop to save a potential run right there. Santana had that moving down.
Yeah, this is a harder slider here, aiming it at the back foot. Suzuki prepared for it. Beautiful position with the glove. A great defensive catcher, not throwing as well as he used to.
So Paul Molitor, second year, manager of the Minnesota Twins, a Hall of Fame player who played for the Twins. 1-2. Runner goes from first, and the pitch, sliders taken inside. Hard one. Did he go? No. Mike Malinsky down at third base. Mike Winters is the home plate umpire, the veteran and crew chief. Mark Wegner is first base. Marty Foster at second. Mike Malinsky down at third, a veteran crew. The veteran Buck Showalter looking for 6 consecutive opening day wins. Paul Molitor wanting to get one. Twins have not played well on opening days in recent history. 2-2 count, 2 in scoring position. Wieters fouls that one off. So he got way around on it.
Yeah, getting him out of there. 94-mile-an-hour fastball after a steady diet of sliders in under the hands of Matt Wieters. It's like that's the go-to spot, in under the hands of Matt Wieters. You know that if Matt gets his arms extended, if there's a mistake out over the plate, he can punish the baseball. Look at the pitch track here. Every pitch on that corner or inside a little bit more.
Wieters carries 267 lifetime average against the Twins. He's had 5 home runs against Minnesota pitching in his career. 2-2 delivery on the way, and another bouncer, and another great stop by Suzuki. So early in the ball game, the Minnesota catcher's making a difference here and keeping at least for the moment, the run off the board.
Boy, he saved a couple runs, yeah, for sure. Another great stop. Tough pick there, but glove position coming up big. Some lazy catchers might try to backhand that play. Suzuki sliding right over. Very fundamentally sound there.
So 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Davis off third base. Trumbo off second. And foul back on a big time cut by Matt Wieters. That's about as hard as you'll ever see Matt swing.
I'll tell you what, he finally got a pitch out over the plate and he lets it fly a little up in the zone. But boy, this is a money swing. Staying on top of the high heater. If he gets a hold of that one, he'll be out on Utah Street.
Matt hit 265 off lefties, 268 off right-handers last year. 3-2 again. And another one fouled off outside of first base, giving himself a chance to see Santana's stuff.
Well, some great at-bats here in the early going. Chris Davis's walk, Trumbo staying inside. Now Matt Wieters extending an at-bat after falling behind, working at full. This is exactly what Scott Coolbaugh, Buck Showalter love to see and want to see consistently out of their offense.
This is going to be the 9th pitch of this at-bat. 3-2 delivery, third time. Let's do it again. The Wieters really hanging in against Santana. The Twins staff is not a strikeout staff. They weren't last year. If anybody's going to be a strikeout pitcher, you're probably looking at him as far as their starting rotation goes for this season. Last year he had 17 starts. He struck out 82, walked 36. Not a high number of strikeouts, but then again, he really didn't get full board until the latter part of the year, the final month. 3-2 again. Wieters takes it and he's gone. So Santana will win that battle on the 94-mile-an-hour delivery. The Orioles no runs on 1 hit, 2 left on, and after 1, no score. Back on our Maryland Live Casino Inside the Numbers.
Yeah, Chris Tillman looking to get back to form. Last season, boy, what an off year for Tillman. .499 earned run average. Strikeout rate for 9 innings went down 6.2. The hits went up 9.2 hits per 9 innings. Games with 5 runs or more, Tillman had 8. And then we talked about in the open, games with fewer than 5 innings pitched, he had 9 of those. Now, if he wants to be a top of the rotation guy, he has to eliminate those early exits in ball games. Great start to the season. That first inning was impressive, aggressive in the strike zone, getting some early contact as well.
Trevor Plouffe goes after the first pitch and fouls it back. Light rain continues to fall and the wind is really whipping around now. Circular here at the ballpark. In, out, flags going in every which direction there, and you see the rain falling. Trevor Plouffe, their third baseman, opening there for the 4th straight season for the Minnesota Twins out of California. Hit .244 last year, and that was just a point below his .245 career major league average. Tillman's delivery to him will be taken for a strike.
You can see Trevor Plouffe's power zone. Pretty good coverage all over the strike zone. Ability to expand inside and then up and away, which are typically spots where hitters can't reach. Now Plouffe's offense, the power has started to pick up. 22 home runs last year. When we mentioned Sano, he came up as a young infielder, actually a third baseman, but Plouffe had been playing so well on that corner, and the offense there, they said, hey, we'll move Sano out to the outfield, not Plouffe.
2-2 delivery on the way to him, a swing and a miss. Tillman gave him one to look at. May have been outside the strike zone, but too good to pass up. That's 3 strikeouts in a row.
Well, when you're pounding the strike zone, you're going to get these type of swings. That's a quality fastball, 95 miles an hour, just painting the outside corner. This ball is by Plouffe. What a great pitch from Tillman.
A lot of velocity here. A little surprising this early that he's up to that 94, 95.
Yeah, I agree. You know, even in spring training, though, at the end, his last 2 starts, his velocity started to pick up, which was very encouraging. Talk about him. He came into spring training prepared. He's in great shape and ready to go.
Rosario, their left fielder, had an outstanding introduction. He's got some speed he brings to the ballpark. Last season at .267 with the Twins. Little roller that'll go down to first base and foul. Rosario, one of the young outfielders in a very young outfield. They've got a 22-year-old outfield in Rosario, Buxton, and Sano. And one of the questions for the Twins and Paul Molitor, are we relying too much on youth too early? They're going to find out, though, because they think they're the best ball players they got. Whoa! Talk about going up the ladder. That one made it all the way to the roof.
Boy, I'm telling you right now, when you are Chris Tillman and you show that you're going to be aggressive in the strike zone, you're going to get these type of wild swings. Here, fastball just up to the top of the zone. Wieters in a different crouch. Yeah, he wants the high fastball. There's hitting your spot and being awarded for it. Sometimes it's just to change the look, change the eyes a little bit. I don't expect him to swing at that pitch, but I think the fact that he's pounding the zone has led to the 4 Ks in a row.
Foul back as Park, the designated hitter, makes his debut out of Korea, where he was the MVP in 2012, 2013 in the KBO League in South Korea. He has won the league home run title each of the last 4 years playing there. And the Minnesota Twins liked him enough that they forked over $12.85 million for the right to negotiate for Park, and then signed him to a $12 million 4-year contract. That's a heavy investment.
It sure is. And you know, if he isn't DHing, he's going to be playing first base, which is going to be tough to get Mauer off that spot.
Well, we'll see. He hit 52 home runs in South Korea with 146 RBIs last year. Tillman's pitch is right there, again up there at 93, as Park falls behind 1-2.
Well, shaking his head a little bit. Didn't hit Matt Wieters' glove. Wanted it on that inner third, but look at the height of that pitch. Great at the knees, great velocity. What a good pitch.
1-2 delivery. That'll be down the other way. It'll be chased with this wind blowing. You never know. It'll end up in the seats. Well, the rain continues to come down here, and the question will be what the weather forecast is for the rest of the night and how long you want to let the infield take on water. And Buck Showalter, you see, taking a long look up there as it's raining as hard now as it has at any time this afternoon. 1-2, 2 outs. Outfield straight away on Park. And he's gone. Whoa! Mercy. 5 strikeouts in a row. Mauer Sano to end the first inning. And then he strikes out the side here in the second inning as Tillman had Plouffe. Then he had Rosario. And then Park. Orioles coming up. No score. The game, Kadasia Johnson from Frederick. You've won $500 for being selected. You win $500 more for every Orioles home run hit today. You can play Home Run Riches scratch-offs, win up to $50,000, or enter non-winning tickets for a chance to be the contestant of the game. Go to mdlottery.com/baseball. Orioles bat pitch will be taken down low from Santana. So Alvarez, the DH role for the Orioles. Another one of the power hitters that we talked about. Santana's pitch will be down low and bounces away.
Well, not just about power with Pedro Alvarez. He was part of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and they went into a drought where they hadn't visited the postseason in over 20 years. Well, he was a part of their resurgence. 3 years in a row he helped lead the Pirates to the postseason. So you're bringing over a winning player that just fits in perfectly with this team.
He will take that pitch, and the count goes to 3-0. Alvarez will ground that one foul. He went on the 3-0, fouled it off outside of first base. He has played 5 games here at Camden Yards in his career for the Pirates. 5 hits and 22 at-bats here in what is now his home ballpark, and his home ballpark is getting wet. 3-1 delivery on a check swing. He did not go around, and the Orioles get a leadoff walk here in the 2nd inning. Regular season here, and you still have time to secure your spot for all the action. Orioles full or partial season plans, exclusive ticket savings, Major League Baseball's most flexible exchange policy. Get the info at Orioles.com/season. Santana surrenders his 2nd walk. Hardy with the leadoff man on. Santana, fastball will be in and up. Hardy's had 4 hits, 16 at bats lifetime against Santana, including a couple of home runs. This doesn't look good.
No, it's coming down hard, and when you see the water start piling up on the helmet and hitters shaking their helmet off because of the drops coming down, you know the bat's wet. Of course the grass is going to be wet.
Hardy tried to hold up and did, and the count goes to 2-0. Already some drying agent out there on the mound between innings where the pitchers land. Make sure nobody falls. There you can see that light colored absorbent dirt. 2-0 count. Runner off first base. Hardy after one that's down low. Santana against the Orioles. This is his 15th career start. He is 4-5. ERA is just under 5 against the Orioles in his previous starts. Here in Baltimore, he's won 2 and lost 3 in this ballpark. His ERA here, though, is 6.38 at Camden Yards. Hardy will take it, and the count goes 2-2.
Well, you can see why he had success. Good fastball. He's been able to mix in his slider a little bit, but the Orioles offense putting together some quality ABs right now. Another walk, Alvarez.
That ball drilled high and deep, headed foul, maybe, with the wind blowing, who knows. And it's fair, and holy moly. That ball was going to go foul by about 18 feet, but Rosario stayed after it, and with the wind blowing, that ball came right back to him.
That's great concentration by the young left fielder. Yeah, he was all the way over in foul territory, actually expecting that ball to end up in the seats, and he had to run another 20 feet to make the adjustment. See him glancing up, and off it goes. Nice job keeping the eye on the baseball. Good recovery to come down with the out.
And he was looking up into the rain all that time trying to find it. So Hardy long and deep and out. Alvarez remains at first base, 1 down, and here is Jonathan Scope. Jonathan will reach for one off the end of the bat. First base side, Mauer. He's backing up on it. Boy, anything up in the air here is going to be interesting. This week only T-Mobile customers can get a free season-long subscription to MLB TV Premium. Go to T-Mobile.com/MLB to sign up now and catch every moment on America's fastest-growing LTE network. Big hand for the Orioles left fielder. Joey Rickard, a great story all spring. See the numbers he put up last season in the minor leagues with Tampa Bay, AA, AAA. Batting in the number 9 spot. Rickard will take the pitch for a strike. 2 down, or 2 down rather, with a runner on at first base, Alvarez.
Now, Joey Rickard is not afraid to take an early strike. He will work a count. Does a nice job of battling with 2 strikes. Very good 2-strike approach. Talked about his ability to use the whole field. I hope for Joey's sake that he can control the emotions. Take a look, springing into action last season versus this season. Very impressive numbers for Joey Rickard. 321 last year, but this spring training, boy, did he open up some eyes. 397 at 8 extra base hits, 8 RBI. Incredible on base percentage.
Rickard goes to the middle, and he's got a base hit. Living up to our PNC inside the numbers. Rickard delivers a single in his first at bat as an Oriole, and the fans love it. And that is his first major league hit. The ball is flipped over to Wayne Kirby, and they will take that one in.
Well, that's great. Didn't waste any time for that one. A great at bat, and you see what he does up there. He will fight and claw to make good contact. They're reaching out, keeping that bat head through the strike zone as long as possible. Had to stay on the off-speed pitch and just hammer it back up the middle.
So again, Santana's going to work with runners on. There were 2 on in scoring position. He got out of the first inning. Now first and second. Manny Machado up. Manny flied out to center field his first time up. And the Orioles get another chance to get on the board. Defense straight away with 2 down. Santana gets it in there at 84. Had him out in front.
Take a look at Joey Rickard's first major league hit. It's a slider. He gets the front foot down, and he has to make an adjustment in his swing. That's improvisation. He reaches out there. That bat head stays through the zone an extra 6 inches to come up with that base hit.
Ball's going to be popped up off the fists, back near the dugout, and right off the top of it. Manny Machado now with a 2-strike count. The Orioles last year with runners in scoring position as a team were 4th as they hit 276. The Twins were 3rd at 280. These teams have so many numbers that were comparable to one another last season. 83 and 79, Minnesota's record. They missed that wild card spot the final week of the season. 0-2 count, and Santana will step off to dry his hands. Manny looking for an RBI.
Well, this is a situation here now. Manny Machado, proven hitter, big time numbers, and he does not want to make a mistake ahead.
And Santana wins another battle. Joey Rickard, though, is on the board after 455 minor league games in his first at bat in the majors, a base hit. Just having its problems with Mother Nature as the rain continues to fall. Mike Winters, the crew chief, called out the grounds crew, and they expect the showers to continue here, so they don't want that infield to take any more rain. Tarp is coming out, so we're going to have another delay. The delay at the start of the game was for 1 hour and 41 minutes before we got started. It's kind of an oddity. This is the first game of the season for both of these teams, but this is the only time Minnesota comes to Baltimore. So the last time a team visits a ballpark, the decisions on delays, cancellations is up to the umpiring crew and not the home team. So even though it's the first game of the year, it's the umpires who have to make the decision. Now, they've listened to both managers, obviously, but for Mike Winters and his crew, this one kind of necessary.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate, though. I think they were really trying to buy some time so they wouldn't have to shut down the starting pitchers. Chris Tillman is looking as good as we've ever seen him. The first couple innings, outstanding. Great velocity. It would be really tough if he had to be shut down in this ball game if this delay goes on a little bit longer than they expect.
Yeah, and we'll just have to wait and see. We had talked about it when we had all that time before the first pitch about what Chris Tillman was looking to get done here, what the Orioles wanted to see, and that was the challenge of hitters. Well, I mean, it's only a couple of innings, but that's, I think, as good a 2 innings of going after hitters as I've seen from Chris.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the fact that he's holding that velocity, 94, 95 with the fastball, you're starting to see some swings out of the zone. And yeah, it's early in the ball game, but all he has to do is prove that he's going to be aggressive in the zone. And that's when the offense, our opposing team, starts expanding a little bit. They don't want to fall behind on Chris Tillman's stuff. When he's feeling it, you see him spin that ball. Saw that strikeout there, the slider on to get his 5th strikeout in a row. Pretty nasty pitch, and when you have that kind of fastball, yeah, they're gearing up. They don't want to extend the at-bat.
Storybook tale being written here by the Orioles left fielder Joey Rickard. I mean, number one, he comes over, he gets a Rule 5 chance. He has a great spring, leads American League hitters in average, and then he gets his first major league at bat and he delivers a base hit. I mean, he's pretty much on a pretty good road right now.
Yeah, pinch me, right? That's it. He's down there having a great time. I mean, what a great at bat. That's the kind of stuff he did all spring training. I mean, you were trying to find a weakness, something that stood out, and he never even, there wasn't a tell that he had a weakness in his game. Very well-rounded player, great defensively. Here's a slider now, 83 miles an hour. So you got to get geared up to the fastball, but look at the adjustment, in-swing adjustment. He gets down and then has to keep that bat slow, actually, the bat head down and reach out through the zone. It's just a perfect piece of hitting by Rickard, and that's the kind of stuff he's going to do. Whether he's a leadoff hitter, number 9 hitter, he will disrupt the starting pitcher, and he's that type of spark plug, the type of guy that's going to battle out at bats that Buck Showalter's really needed for a couple years now.
And we'll see this lineup of the Orioles change, I think, as we go along here early in the season. Because Buck Showalter would like to get Rickard into that number 1 spot once he thinks he's comfortable here and playing well. Manny puts up great numbers, as we showed you, but he'd like to have him probably down a little bit, move Adam Jones down. He's not sure about Trumbo in the number 4 spot. Not that he can't do it, but whether or not that's where he should be. And I was talking to Buck about this yesterday. Buck also coming around a bit more, I think, on the philosophy that a lot of managers have in this day and age. You want your good hitters up at the top because you want to get them as many at bats as you can, and you will make adjustments depending on who's hot and who's not at any point of the season to try and keep those guys coming up for that extra at bat.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and if Manny Machado's in the leadoff spot, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. He had over a 360 on base percentage last season. He has the ability to knock a ball out of the ballpark in the first inning of a ball game, which would be something that Buck Showalter would like to have too. And if you have Joey Rickard, or even, it doesn't matter, at the bottom of the lineup, you want that lower third to be productive as well. And I think to have another leadoff man at the bottom of the lineup is a manager's dream. Get that lineup to turn over. And if you have a guy that's always on base and then the boppers come up, Buck Showalter's loading the top. He wants to give those guys most opportunities possible to drive and run.
We have another rain delay. We had one when the game started. We've got one now. Sign we never like to see. Bullpen guys have come in, which means they expect this to last for a while because the bullpen will generally stay out. And if they've been being told it's going to be a while, then they come in and go into the clubhouse. And both of the bullpens have done that here, with Minnesota leaving a couple of guys out there. But it's raining. It's raining as hard now. It's raining harder now than it did during the rain delay before the game started. So we'll just have to wait and see how long this goes. The Orioles get the early chances in this ball game. A couple of opportunities in both the first and second innings.
Yeah, and this is really what they want. They want the extra opportunities. Last year, 217 home runs, but they didn't get enough guys on base. There, Wieters worked a great at bat. There's a quality fastball in the bottom of the zone. And here again, runners at first and second. Nasty pitch down and away. Yeah, only a couple innings into the season, and it's nice to see there are guys on base every inning, and every hitter is making a pitcher work. That's really what they need to do. Try to get that starting pitcher out of there early, jack up his pitch count. They can do this on a nightly basis. You're going to see a lot of wins on the board.
It's interesting that this matchup of starters, as we said, Santana making his first opening day start, missing 80 games at the beginning of last year because of the suspension. He's had 126 wins, 105 losses. If the Twins are going to make a run at the playoffs, and they believe they are, I mean, they are confident in themselves, Santana's got to pitch well for them to do it. For the Baltimore Orioles, they also believe that they can up that number from 500 that they had last year. Same thing, though, if they're going to do it, Tillman, the starting pitcher today, is someone who needs to come through. So both starters are in a position where their clubs are really relying on them to have good seasons in order for each to make the postseason.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. You know, quietly, this Minnesota Twins bullpen has built a really respectable bullpen. They're counting on their rotation to step up. Yeah, Santana has to be that guy. They missed him the first half of the season, but they saw what he could do, you know, when he feels good. Last year he went on a roll. He had 7 starts to end the season where he was probably one of the best pitchers, if not the best pitcher in the game. 7 quality starts, each one of them up over 7 innings or more. And, you know, he was a dominant pitcher, and they need him to stay consistent in that regard. There aren't many rotations with 1 and 2 guys that you can really hang your hat on and say, okay, we're going to get a win tonight. Now, the Red Sox landed David Price, but there's a lot of other stuff going on with that organization. So, yeah, you count on the guys. Chris Tillman's proven success in the major league level. Everybody's hoping last year was a fluke and he can get back to stabilizing and lower that earned run average.
Chris, of course, 500 last year at 11-11. He was 500 on the road, 5-5, 6-6 here at home, where he had an ERA of 4.71 in the ball games he pitched in this ballpark. It's a matter in baseball of adjusting. Obviously, you get that thing reduced. If you reduce it by a whole run, you're in great shape. If you reduce it by even a fraction of a run, you're in a whole lot better chance of winning ball games.
Well, you got to believe that this offense is going to put up more runs than they put up last year. So if this pitching staff is just a little bit better, this team's going to be a lot better.
We are in a rain delay here at Camden Yards. There's no score with the first 2 innings having been completed after the hour and 41-minute rain delay before we started. This is our second delay. Alternate programs coming up after this break. We'll be back at the top of the hour. Back here at Camden Yards as the skies finally are clearing up, and after our second rain delay, we're ready to restart this game. The game will start in the top of the third inning here. No score, 2 starters, both are out of the ball game. That's a shame. It's what both managers wanted to avoid, but not going to be.
Yeah, unfortunately, and both pitchers throwing pretty well. Chris Tillman certainly the upper hand, though, looking as good as we've seen him. I mean, came out of spring training holding a great fastball and took it right into this ball game. I mean, he was consistently 94, 95. So now you go to the bullpen. Tyler Wilson, you know, Buck Showalter went to the length. 3 or 4 guys can go long out of the Orioles bullpen here the first couple weeks of the season. Tyler Wilson, one of them. Great spring training. This is his pitch arsenal right here. Fastball uses 70% of the time. It's a good one. Throws a low to mid 90s with the heater. Breaking ball, tough slider, 22% of the time, and then the change, 8%. You know, it's really more about his aptitude and his competitive drive. I mean, this guy will not be outworked. He has a great mental makeup. He does the little things well, holds runners. He's a baseball player that's just pitching right now. He knows the game.
And Escobar's ready to hit and takes one into the gap in left center field. Trumbo, he's going to go for 2. Here's the throw, one hopper, and not in time. Coming out aggressively is Eduardo Escobar. And at the end of the rain delay, goes after the first pitch to the gap and picks up a 2-bagger.
Well, you know, they're going to come out aggressive. Nice swing there from Escobar. Nice play by Trumbo as well, cutting this ball off. See him jumping on that first pitch fastball, beating the shift. But a good first step from Trumbo, getting to the baseball. Doesn't hesitate at all. You see the strong arm out there. Escobar thinking double out of the box, and the speed wins that race.
Now Suzuki up. That will be the first hit for the Twins in this ball game and for the new season. You see he's in well ahead of the tag, and the pitch will be taken for his strike. Now for Tyler Wilson, this is only his 3rd major league, take that back, his 10th major league game. His record 2-2. He has worked out of the bullpen only once in the first 6 years, and then he had 4 appearances out of the bullpen last year. So he has been a starting pitcher throughout most of his career, but he came on last season, 9 major league appearances, 5 as a starter. He went 1-0 with a 1.64 ERA in 4 relief appearances last year. There is Chris Tillman. Obviously got to be disappointed that he could not go further into this ball game, but the second delay of 1 hour and 10 minutes wiped out both starters. That one hacked foul outside of third base, and Suzuki, the catcher for the Twins, with a 2-strike count.
Well, Tyler Wilson, the ability to move his pitches around, known as a command specialist, actually voted pitcher with the best command in AAA by coaches in that league, in the International League. So he knows what to do on the mound. He's going to have success if he stays down in the zone like most pitchers.
6 years of pro for Tyler Wilson. 26 years old. Will take the pitch inside out of Charlottesville, Virginia, where he lives now. Virginia born and raised, and went to UVA, where he was drafted in the 35th round, originally by the Cincinnati Reds, and did not sign with them. Hardy trying to hold the runner close at second base. Escobar, 1-2, delivery on the way, will be outside, and the count goes to 2-2. So as Buck Showalter always says, for every game, no matter what, you have to ask the question, what if? The one what if that's most important is, what if the starter gets racked in the first inning, or something happens where you got to go to the bullpen early?
Yeah, you better be prepared. You know, I think Buck Showalter and his coaching staff are prepared for the first 2 weeks of the season without Kevin Gausman. Tyler Wilson for length.
Down to third. Machado looks the runner back. Long throws, a good one.
Nope.
Suzuki's retired. Escobar stays at second. Take a look at our league leaders, brought to you by Coombs.com. Over 2 million vehicles sold and counting.
Yeah, league leaders 2015, the batting average with runners in scoring position. Blue Jays leading the way with 286. Then the World Series champs, Royals, at 281. Twins just behind them at 280. And there are the Orioles, 276 with runners in scoring position. Very good number. The problem was not as many opportunities as many other teams in baseball. So Buck Showalter coming in started preaching about taking the walks, laying down bunts against a shifted defense, anything you can do to get on base and create more opportunities.
One down here, Escobar at second base. Here is Buxton. Byron Buxton, part of that young outfield, will take the pitch inside. Did not break. Buxton, only 22 years old, out of Georgia. Minnesota last year, he got into 46 games, hit a .209 average. His minor league average .301 over the first 4 pro seasons that Byron Buxton has. Fouled away. Talking to Buck Showalter about him yesterday, he said when this guy is up, or particularly on base, he brings a whole new regard for speed.
Oh, yeah.
He said this is one of the elite runners in baseball.
Absolutely. You just have to be aware of him when he gets on the bases. When he puts the ball in play, you better be on your toes. Puts a lot of pressure on the defense. No time for a bobble, and he will take advantage of lazy outfielders.
So ground balls you got to hustle on to get him out of there. What would be a normal routine play can quickly turn into a very close call on ground balls. Wilson gets it in, and a 1-ball 2-strike count. Tyler Wilson on. The pregame ceremony started at 2:30 this afternoon, and then we had an hour 41-minute rain delay. Got the game underway, played 2 innings, and then had an hour and 10-minute rain delay. And now we are back in a scoreless ball game here in the 3rd inning. Ervin Santana started the ball game, is out of there along with Tillman, the 2 starters. 1-2 delivery, somehow protects on that pitch, just kind of flipped at it and fouled it off.
Well, nice job right there. Nasty pitch from Wilson. Got him off balance and out in front, and you tip your hat to a hitter that can keep an at bat alive. You know, you just do what you can to fight pitches off. And Buxton, the young player, able to do that on a nasty slider there from Wilson.
1-ball 2-strike count on him, and takes it. It'll be down low. Talked about this young outfield. Rosario, 24 years old. Buxton is 22. Miguel Sano is 22. For Buxton, center field, 35 major league starts prior to this opening day 2016. Outfield shaded a bit to right. Runner off second. Wilson, a long wait, 2-2 delivery, foul back again.
So the Minnesota Twins had a great young center fielder in that of Aaron Hicks, but like all teams in the offseason, they look to try to make your team better. They trusted the fact that Buxton was ready to make it to the major leagues, and you know, put a lot of weight on his shoulders out there, but they needed depth at the catcher position. They needed somebody to help Suzuki, so they made that trade with Hicks and ended up picking up Murphy, the backstop. We'll probably be splitting time this year with Suzuki.
2-2 delivery on the way, swung on and missed. So Wilson wins that battle on his strikeout, first of the ball game.
Great job by Tyler Wilson, just attacking the lower third. Look at the pitch track right there by Mercedes-Benz, just filling it up down there. And here, finishing him off with a great fastball, 91 miles an hour, well located down and in. Nice job by Tyler Wilson.
Now the top of the order, Brian Dozier, leader on this ball club. He popped out first time up, first pitch on a fine play made by J.J. Hardy on a wind-blown pop-up to shallow left field. 2 down, runner at second, pitch taken inside for a ball. Dozier last year, 248 with runners in scoring position for this Minnesota team. He is their second baseman, and he is truly one of their leaders on and off the field. 4th opening day for Dozier in the lineup. Good breaking ball to tied him up, catches the inside corner. It's 79 miles an hour, 101.
Yeah, really taking a little off on the curve there, but yeah, Dozier, a great player for the Twins for a few years now. Perennial All-Star, 28 home runs last season. Had to make the adjustment. Came up as a shortstop, learned second base, and has become an all-star caliber second baseman.
Named to the first-time All-Star team for him last year, and headed to another. He hopes. He led the Twins in games, hits, runs, home runs, walks since 2014. He's been the leader in all those categories for the Twins. The fans who have held out hope and stayed on, getting some clearing skies and some baseball. The lights on here at Camden Yards. 1-2 delivery on the way, and a towering pop-up. It'll go to center. Adam Jones camped under it. Tyler Wilson works his way out of a leadoff double. No runs on one hit, no runs on one left on base. Orioles back to the offense. And just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller time later in our ball game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Gary Thorne, Mike Bordick, we thank you for hanging in on what is a long afternoon, but hopefully now an afternoon of continuing baseball.
Let's take a look at Ryan Presley's pitch arsenal. The fastball 46% of the time, and it's a good one. Mid-90s with the heater. He is a power pitcher, power breaking ball as well. Has a slider and a curve. On the right side, see 27 games last season, 3 wins, 2.93 earned run average. Big setback though, had a severely strained lat, missed a lot of time, but he came into spring training and really impressed, put up some great numbers. 1.38 earned run average in spring.
Adam Jones leading it off. Santana watching, non-decisioned as Tillman was, the two starters in this ball game. Presley with a 1-0 count. Jones struck out his first time up. The Orioles picked up a first inning base hit from Mark Trumbo. They had runners first and third. Wieters struck out in the second inning. A leadoff walk to Alvarez. A single by Rickard in his first major league at bat, first and second. Machado struck out, so the Orioles have stranded 4 through 2. Adam Jones will foul that one away, and Ryan Presley, 27 years old, gets his chance. That's why they say come the ballpark and be ready to play, because you never know.
You got that right. You got that right. And you know, the game's changed. The elements have changed here in this ball game. Of course, the beginning of the game, rainy with wind, some pretty impressive catches on pop flies, but wind has settled down. It looks like the sun might be coming out. Somebody might be putting some sunglasses on.
Actually have a sunset here, which is pretty amazing. Rosario out there in left field made a catch. I'm still waiting to see where the ball came from on a J.J. Hardy ball that was going to go foul. Then it was going to be a home run. And the next thing you knew, it was in his glove. 2-2, delivery on the way, swing and a foul tip. So Adam keeps his at bat alive. Presley was originally drafted by the Red Sox, a Rule 5 pick. That was back in 2012. The Minnesota Twins have pitched him over the last 3 seasons for some games. In fact, pretty good number. 49 games in 13, 2014 25, and 27 last year with the injury problems. Adam will go to short off the end of the bat that time. Escobar up over to Mauer at first base, and one away. Well, this Sunday, April 10th, is going to be Kids Opening Day when the O's take on the Rays at 1:35. The first 7,500 fans 14 and under will receive the Eat Sleep Orioles t-shirt. After the game, the kids get a chance to run the bases, and young fans will have special activities all day long, including pregame festivities where some youngsters will be selected at random to be part of the opening day, Kids Opening Day ceremonies. You can get information at Orioles.com/kids. Here is Chris Davis. And a wild cut and an off on a pitch that dropped out of the strike zone. 0-1.
A pretty nasty pitch right there. Now he's probably going to stay primarily away. Occasionally will come in with some off-speed pitches, but you see the incredible run on that two-seam fastball. Great movement down in the zone.
0-1 delivery to Davis. That's there for a strike. Chris drew a walk his first time up, one of two given by Santana. They put the shift on as they move the shortstop and the third baseman to separate sides of the field. Escobar goes back to short, and Plouffe, the third baseman, goes over on the second base side. Not only do we see shifts, we see shifts in the shifts. Davis on a big cut, bounces. Suzuki's up with it. Strikeout put out, and there are two down here in the third inning. Take a look at our Jeep Inside the Numbers. Trumbo coming up.
Yeah, land of the long ball hitting. Career highs in home runs. Davis has had 53 in his career. Alvarez led the National League with 36. Machado just last year 35. How about Trumbo with 34? Jones 33. Hardy flipped out 30. Wieters 23 and Scope 16. Last year 217 homers. That's third in the American League. They look to put up a few more this season.
Trumbo got a base hit in his first bat as an Oriole, as he's pitched to him down low. The Orioles have had the home run leader in the American League for each of the last 3 consecutive seasons, as Chris Davis has been there at the top, along with Nelson Cruz, who had a home run championship in the American League. That ball popped up down the line in right field. Sano coming over near the line, foul territory. It'll stay, and he's got it for the out. So Presley comes out of the bullpen and retires the side in order. 3 complete. Opening day, no score. Brought to you by the RAV4 Hybrid, all-wheel drive and unexpected performance. Visit buyatoyota.com. On Massett at WJZ, as we finally get into the meat of this ball game after some stuttery steps. Tyler Wilson on in relief for the Orioles. Gave up the leadoff double to Escobar in the third inning. He worked to Mauer, Sano, and Plouffe. 2-3-4 in the Minnesota lineup. Joe Mauer, strikeout victim, his first time up. Twins have won 8 consecutive games against the Orioles coming into this one, winning all of the games, 7 of them last year, and they had won the final game the year before. So Paul Molitor, his team, which has not had a lot of great success over the years of late, has certainly had success against the Orioles. 1-0 delivery to Mauer. He'll take it on the inside corner.
Nice pitch right there, cutting the fastball a little bit, 88 miles an hour. You're going to see Tyler Wilson mix up his pitches, stay aggressive with all of them. He has the ability to throw every one of his offerings for strikes at any time.
1-1. Mauer with the big cut will foul it back. Came on, of course, as a catcher. Minnesota native. much respected and liked as a Twins player and a member of that community. And the body kind of got broken down with all the catching that he was doing. So they made the move and put him at first base, where he has played well. 1-2 delivery on the way. Ground ball to short. Hardy was moved over that way. One away here in the fourth inning. Catch the complete game and never miss a home run or game-changing play. For O's alerts and opportunities to win exclusive prizes, including meet and greets of the players, text Orioles 29292. That's Orioles 29292. Sano coming up. The outfielder in right, getting his first start as an outfielder in this opening day game. The strikeout victim, his first time up. Big youngster with power, 260-pounder. Worked with Torrey Hunter during spring training with the transition from third base to the outfield. Pretty good mentor as an outfielder in Torrey Hunter. But obviously you got to get some games under your belt before you know exactly what you got.
Yeah, you really do. I mean, spring training games and doing it in batting practice isn't the same as the intensity of doing it at the major league level. I mean, he'll certainly be tested, and there will be those days where it just doesn't work out for him. But the problem is, the question is, how is he to respond to that in the outfield? Is he going to, run away from that challenge, or is he going to accept it and keep trying to work hard and learn?
Hit .391 against the Orioles last year. He had 3 home runs against the O's. 3-0 delivery to him. He was going on 3-0, popped it up first base. Davis back. That was way up there. 2 down. This week only, T-Mobile customers can get a free season-long subscription to MLB TV Premium. Go to T-Mobile.com/MLB. Sign up now. Catch every moment on America's fastest-growing LTE network. 2 down, nobody on, fourth inning, no score. Here's Trevor Plouffe. Strikeout victim, first time up. Tillman struck out the side in the second inning. 5 consecutive strikeouts, facing only 6 batters before the rains came. And a strike taken on the outside corner.
Tyler Wilson throwing the ball very well, kind of picking up right where Tillman left off, although Tillman seemed to have a little extra energy in this ball game. Boy, did he get off to a good start. Great velocity on his fastball and just going right after hitters.
He may have, I thought, Mike, he may have pitched as well as we've ever seen him pitch.
I'm telling you.
I mean
yeah,
that. He was, I mean, I know it was only 2 innings, but wow. I mean, he was challenging hitters. He had velocity. He was moving the ball around.
Yeah.
Tillman looked outstanding. Dave Wallace, even though it was only 2 innings, has got to be really happy with the start he got and the disappointment for both of them that he can only go the 2 innings because of weather. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Plouffe will pop that one up again, first base side. Davis has it lined up. That's that. So Wilson comes on with a 1-2-3 inning, 6 in a row, set down by the Orioles bullpen replacement for the starter. Orioles baseball on Masson, brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. There you see, hard to believe after what we went through this afternoon. That's sunshine reflecting off the warehouse. And there's some blue sky up there for a sunset. Good news for these two teams and for the Orioles. Ryan Presley retired the side in order in the third. Wieters, Alvarez, and Hardy to face him here in the fourth inning. Matt will take the pitch at the knees for a strike. A strikeout victim, his first time up. Bit of a shift on against him.
Yeah, Matt Wieters a couple times in spring training laid a bunt down. Now the Twins obviously taking note of that. They're keeping Plouffe in tight, honoring the bunt.
Buck Showalter was wondering about that before the game today. Said, I wonder if the guys doing that, like Mike said, Wieters bunting, whether or not it'll have an impact on the defense. It is.
Definitely.
Right here, at least for this at bat. There's no way Plouffe would be where he is right now if he didn't respect that. Center field hit hard. Buxton will get back. No breeze blowing right now. And Wieters is retired. Create new Birdland memories by hosting your next group outing this summer. Oriole Park, discounted tickets, groups as small as 15 up to 1,000. Oriole Park's a great place for an outing. Group leaders can earn a variety of incentives, including the opportunity to throw out the ceremonial first pitch. Go to Orioles.com/groups or call 888-848-BIRD. Alvarez making his debut. That's not him. This is him at the plate. Pedro Alvarez will take the pitch, just missed down low for a ball.
Well, Pedro Alvarez in spring training, he has a great technique in preparing himself for an at bat. He'll set a baseball on home plate and make sure his head stays down, and he covers balls on the outer third. His strength is definitely power in the left center field gap. He did it a few times in spring training, and then when his hands are right, he opens up the whole field. And when he starts pulling balls, I mean, he can put on a show as well as anybody.
24 of his 27 home runs against right-handers. Pitch to him after drawing a walk his first time up. He has hit 111 homers since 2012, which ranks 11th in the majors in home runs over that period. Chris Tillman becoming the fan after working the 2 innings before the rain knocked him out of the game. 2-1 delivery. Alvarez with that big cut, and a 2-ball 2-strike count from Presley.
Well, that's a hard slider right there. 89 miles an hour. So you're gearing up for the fastball anyway. When a pitcher throws a slider that hard, you cannot pick up the spin. Thought that was going to stay true and hold its head on the plate, but great bite there.
Shift again. Yeah. Shortstop, second baseman, third baseman changing places. And that one just missed. 83-mile-an-hour off-speed delivery. Alvarez drawing one of the 2 walks given up by Santana, he and Chris Davis. 27-year-old right-hander, 3-2. And a swing and a miss. Dropped that one right under the bat.
Boy, pulling the string on the curve there. Back-to-back 83-mile-an-hour curveballs. Working away, never leaving anything on the plate until the final pitch, the payoff pitch. Drops the curve. Look at the tight rotation there, and great late finish, just biting down into the strike zone. Pretty impressive breaking ball there.
2 down, nobody on. Here's J.J. Hardy, and they put the shift on against Hardy. They give him virtually the entire right side. Only Mauer, the first baseman standing between first and second, is in the infield position on that side.
Well, tale of 2 different hitters. Last couple seasons, J.J. Hardy, with some of the injuries, it didn't allow him to free up his swing. So he started shooting the ball the other way, and you saw the power numbers go down. J.J. hit 77 home runs in a 3-year span. Last 2 years, only 17. This spring training, he was pulling balls. He was getting the head out in front. They were trying to pitch him away, and he was still able to get the barrel on and pull the ball deep.
You can see by those direction numbers why you would put the shift on against him with all those balls that are either left or middle, and that's exactly what they've done. Again, as we see so often, the outfield much more straight up, although there's a big gap in right center field as Sano's moved way over towards the line. 3-0 delivery on the way, and the pitch will be taken outside. First walk surrendered by Presley comes with 2 down here in the 4th inning. Express Care, a Lightbridge Health partner. For locations, visit whywaitintheer.com.
Most team home runs, single season all time. The 1997 Mariners led the way with 264, then the Rangers. But how about the 96 Orioles? 257, highlighted by Brady Anderson's 50 home run season. Palmeiro flipped out 39. Bonilla, Hoyles, Alomar, Ripken, B.J. Surhoff, all up over 20 home runs.
That ball drilled towards the gap, and it'll be hauled in. No wind to blow it around, and Sano comes over to get it. Scope is retired. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left on base. 4 complete. Opening day, no score. Destination for culinary adventure, from fresh local seafood to an eclectic array of world-class cuisine. Savor the flavors of Sarasota Restaurant Week, June 1 through 14. Visit savorsarasota.com. Beautiful beach of Siesta Key. Gary Thorne, Mike Bordick here. Oriole Park at Camden Yards for the opener. Tyler Wilson on in relief of Chris Tillman. Rosario Park and Escobar due up top half of the 5th inning. In at third base Machado. Otherwise the shift on in the infield, and that'll be fouled off in the inside pitch. Rosario struck out his first time up. For Tyler Wilson, this is his first appearance against the Minnesota Twins, obviously having appeared in only 9 games at the major league level. Hasn't faced many. Slow roller, you better hustle on this one. Scope knows it, gets over there and gets the out. No, who's running?
Whew. That is a great play by Jonathan Scope. The big man can move when you ask him to. I mean, this ball is just tapped into play. The full swing. Tyler Wilson tries to take that deep angle, but look at the bare hand flip. He lets go of that ball right from the dirt. I mean, that is just, as soon as it touches his hand, it's gone. Perfect strike to Davis. Nice play there.
Part of the great D that the Orioles pitching staff enjoys behind them. Here is Park, Young Ho Park, new member of the Minnesota Twins. Strikeout victim his first time up, takes that for a strike. Player of the year in the Korean Professional Baseball Association last year. One of their leading home run hitters. And that one is going to miss, maybe a little in, maybe a little down. He hit .281 for his career in the Korean League. 210 home runs in 668 games, and he's got a major league base hit. So Park is on with a single with 1 down here in the 5th inning. That one got up a little bit, and he went after it, and they'll throw the ball over. PNC for the achiever in you.
I'll take a look at last year's 2015 regular season leaders. Trey Mancini just tearing it up offensively. He was the O's minor league player of the year. Why not? 341 batting average to lead the way, 21 home runs, 89 RBI. Jay Gonzalez leading the minors with 34 stolen bases. Trey Mancini, of course, in big league camp. He was a finalist last year for the USA Today Minor League Player of the Year. So you're doing a lot of good things there. He's certainly on the map. Had himself a good spring training, and look for him to make his arrival at the major league level.
Now, with only one down and a runner at first, the Orioles playing bunt, and that is what Escobar showed. He delivered his double the first time up, Park on at first base with a base hit. There is one away, however. Machado stays in just off the grass at third. That's not a bunt. It'll go to short one. Hardy to first. Not going to have time to get him, even if the throw had been right on the money. So Escobar is retired. Hardy gets it, 2 down.
A good play there by JJ. A soft liner up there and takes him up the middle of the field. And of course, nice effort to try to double up Park, but Park kind of in the way. So he leaves the ball up the line, gives Davis an opportunity to come off and make an easy play there. JJ's not going to make the risky plays out on the field. You know, he saw what was in front of him, and he didn't take a chance throwing and hitting Park in the back.
Now Suzuki grounded out his first time up. 32-year-old veteran catcher from Hawaii. Runner at first base and 2 down. And he'll go after it. Third base, Manny Machado. Do or die. He did. And Suzuki's retired. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. Our Honda do-ups. Record has got a major league hit. Machado and Adam Jones. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Orioles may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. Good job by Ryan Presley out of the bullpen. A couple of innings. He walked 1, struck out 2. They go to the bullpen again. Casey
Fiend, now he's been a mainstay in the Twins bullpen the past few seasons. Good fastball. Throws 56% of the time. Low to mid 90s with that heater. Cuts his fastball as well. Then he throws a slider off the cutter. A little bit slower look, down in the 70s with that pitch. Last season, 62 games. Came away with 4 wins and a very respectable 3.55 earned run average. Opponents hitting 250 off Fiend, but the righties just down to 227. The lefties click up to 282.
He's a veteran, 32 years old. A bullpen game after the rain. Tyler Wilson's doing an excellent job working for Chris Tillman on the right. And the Orioles will have Rickard, who got his first major league hit, first time up, 2nd inning, batting 9th. Machado and then Jones. Plouffe is near the line and in at third base. And the pitch is taken for a strike. Outfield fairly shallow, especially Buxton in center. He's got great speed, but he's moved in a few steps. Rickard will take the pitch outside from Casey Fien in a 1-1 count.
Well, Joey Rickard, new player, facing new pitchers. He's leaning on a lot of the veterans that are around him and obviously spending time in the video room.
That one on the outside corner, pretty good movement down and away, 1-2.
That's not easy, stepping in a batter's box and facing somebody you've never seen before. Try to find players that you comp him to. Like, he may have seen a guy that looks like Fien in the minor leagues, and maybe somebody that Joey has played with.
Goes the other way, got a chance. Sano's not going to get it. Takes the short hop. Wet field, slowed down. Sano's throw gets away, but backed up. Blue for third. What a start. Fans are already in love with the Orioles left fielder, a single and a double.
He is a slasher. He's exciting. He energized the team and the crowd in spring training. After picking up his first single, picks up his first career double. Here, the fastball riding in, but you see his hands pull through. Great awareness of where his bat head is. Squares it up. Take a look at the tight turn he takes. Puts some pressure on the new right fielder. And he does. That ball almost gets away and down that left field line.
So the Orioles get a leadoff double here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Now Manny Machado. He has flied to center and struck out. He goes the other way, and he's got a base hit. Sano's got a good arm up. He'll be held. Gets it into the second baseman. Rickard stops at third. Machado's got a single. I was talking to Bobby Dickerson, third base coach, before the game. Said, give me a read on the outfielders. He said Rosario's average in left. Buxton's a double-double in center with an arm. And Sano, even though it's his first outfield game, is a plus arm.
Yeah, strong arm. And I'm not surprised he didn't take a chance right here. Maybe if the Orioles had a lead, he may take a chance and challenge Sano after he just almost threw a ball away on the play prior. Keep the pressure on him. But here in this situation, hey, you got a lot of time. No outs on the board right now. Your power hitters are coming up. Don't take those kind of chances.
So the best chance to score, Adam Jones. Adam goes after it to right field. Hit it hard. Sano going back. Warning track in the gap. Off the top of the wall. 1 run will score. Rickard in. Machado goes to third. He's coming. Here's the relay throw by Dozier. And he is safe. With Adam Jones down to second. And the Orioles have a 2-0 lead. Celebrating Adam Jones' mom and her husband, Andrea and Kenneth. 24th anniversary for them. There's something to celebrate.
Well, it sure is. The team leader coming through. First runs on the board for 2016. Why not? Team captain driving the ball. Elevated pitch. That's a mistake, and it is hammered. When it starts warming up, that ball's going to go 20 rows deep. Great job here by Bobby Dickerson reading the relay throw in. Manny Machado on his horse. Beautiful slide to avoid the tag. Dozier caught off guard a little bit. Pops that ball up, throwing it into Suzuki. Great slide there. Great all-around baseball. Orioles offense being rewarded.
Davis goes after the first pitch outside of third base and foul. So Adam Jones delivers the RBI double, 2 RBI double. And the Orioles get on the board as they take the 2-0 lead. Have a chance for a big inning against Casey Fien. Still nobody out. A double, single, double so far. Chris Davis, he has had a home run off Fien. He is 1 for 3 lifetime against a right-hander. Chris fouls that one directly back into the screen, and a 2-strike count.
Fien leaving some pitches up in the zone. The Orioles not missing them right now. Go back to the start of this inning, and Rickard fighting off that fastball riding up and in, but Manny Machado hitting behind Rickard, who was on second base. A great approach. If it wasn't a base hit, Rickard would have found himself on third. They understand the importance of that first run.
0-2 the count. Fans into this one on their feet. A look back to second base. Keep in mind, the Orioles did not score more than 3 runs in any game, any of the 7, against the Minnesota Twins last year. 3 runs in a game, any of them was their high, and they lost all 7 games. They'd like to undo all of that here in game number 1 of this 2016 season. Pitch on the way. Davis. Wow, Suzuki had to go left to right on that one. He was moving one way and the ball went the other.
Well, he's had to work back there. A couple nice stops early in the ball game, and Fiend kind of losing the command a little bit. Yanked that one across the body, and Suzuki fortunately ready.
Davis trying to pick up his first RBI of the season. Orioles 2 for 4, runners in scoring position so far. 1-2 delivery to him, just misses. Suzuki framed it, and you could tell Chris was a little worried about it, but he missed. 2 ball, 2 strike count. A walk in the first inning, struck out in the third. Jones being watched by Escobar. Escobar would be in a bit of a shift here against Chris Davis anyway. 2 ball, 2 strike delivery. That'll be taken down low. Good eye by Davis, and the count goes to 3-2.
Yeah, tough pitch there. Green obviously wanting that one. Suzuki holding the glove an extra second or two longer, making sure home plate umpire Mike Winters gets a good look at it, but he stuck with his call. He left it a ball, didn't change it.
Winters pretty much an even up umpire, not an advantage to hitter or pitcher in the many years he's been behind the plate. Davis down the line and foul. Checking to see if Wayne Kirby was back into the ballgame after the 2 rain delays, and finding out he was.
He can move his feet pretty quick down there.
And here's about it from the dugout. Jones getting as big a secondary lead as he can. Can't go too far with Escobar behind him. 3-2 delivery again. Davis, a major league pop-up. Blue for third. Back into foul territory where he made the catch. Davis is retired. And that will be the first out here in the 5th inning, leaving Adam Jones still at second base.
Now, Chris Davis had a good opportunity right there. He's going to be pitch tough. They're going to try expanding the zone, mixing up pitches like most of the hitters in this lineup. Good chance with no outs there just to put the ball in play on the ground, especially with 2 outs. But hey, there'll be plenty more opportunities for Davis.
So Mike Trumbo up. Trumbo the base hit. First at bat for the Orioles in the 1st inning. Stole the base and was stranded at second. 1 down. And the pitch is taken for a strike. Trumbo has faced Fiend 3 times, 1 for 3. In case you were wondering, for Trumbo last year with the 2 teams he played for, hit a combined 195 with runners in scoring position. Pitch will be taken, and it goes to 1-1.
See Mark Trumbo's power zone. Surprising pop at the top of the strike zone. Incredible coverage all over the plate. Only the one weak spot, like so many, just down and away. But other than that, you make mistakes on the plate, and this guy will cover.
And that one fouled off going the other way. I keep watching Sano in right field. We've talked to Wayne Kirby about how you play right field here. He has always had his right fielders move to the middle, because he believes any ball hit down the line is either going to be gone or is going to hit the wall. Whereas you get that big gap, and that's what Sano's doing. He's playing towards the line, so there's an enormous gap in right center field that the Oriole outfield does not give opponents. But the way this Minnesota defense is lined up, a lot of room. That one's going to be fouled back again to hold the count at 1-2.
Yeah, and I got to believe a lot of reason they do that is they just want to free Buxton up in center field. They're saying you go get everything you can.
Yeah.
And there may have been times where there might have been miscommunication with a left fielder or right fielder, and probably something happened, a mistake. If you give Buxton the freedom, he'll run down everything. If they didn't have an outfielder out there, he'd probably make most of it.
And with Sano's first game in right,
absolutely,
you're trying to protect him a little bit. 1-2. Jones still at second base, 1 down. Pitch will be taken away. Sliders stayed up. Michael Givens in the bullpen for the Orioles, and Fernando Abad, the left-hander, up for the Twins. Boy, the managers hate this. Very first day, and they're having a bullpen game.
Well, fortunately, off day tomorrow.
Pitch is taken outside. Good eye by Trumbo. Would not go after it, and the count goes to 3-2.
Well, it's been pretty impressive watching this Orioles lineup here. First 5 innings work at bats, working counts to full. It's nice to see. They're not just up there hacking. They have a plan, and they're sticking with it.
7th pitch of this at bat. 3-2 delivery on the way. Trumbo to the hole. He's got a base hit. Adam Jones had to wait, so he'll go to third, stay there. And Trumbo's got a 2-for-3 ball game, and the Orioles covered the corners with 1 down.
Good at bat again for Mark Trumbo, working the count to 3-2. Pitches on the outside corner, and he just hammers it through the 5-6 hole. Adam Jones had to freeze there, thinking there may have been a play. The Orioles threatening again. Runners in first and third.
Neil Allen, pitching coach in Minnesota, was looking down to the bullpen from the dugout, had his hat off, wanted to know if the bullpen is ready or not. Obviously trying to get Casey Fiend through the inning, but you can't do that. Paul Molitor may have to go out there and make a change earlier than he wanted. First and third, 1 out. Matt Wieters has struck out and flied out. The infield will be a double play depth, and the pitch will be taken inside for a ball. Matt has struck out, flied out. Orioles now 3 for 6 in these big scoring chances.
Yeah, getting the opportunities, now starting to take advantage.
Casey Fiend will step off. Red Sox Cleveland, Yankees Houston, both postponed. Weather today. That's going to go to Dozier, and he's got it. And Wieters is retired on the soft liner. Now you tell me something. Did he intentionally try and fake out the runner on that jump? He didn't even have to jump, and he made it look like he was going to have to get a rebound.
Yeah, he may have.
And then caught it. So the change is going to be made right here. Paul Molitor, the Minnesota manager, is on his way out, and Casey Fiend will be responsible for 2 runners on, with the Orioles having 2 in and a 2-0 lead. Orioles baseball on Masson, brought to you by Ocean City, Maryland. Let us show you a good time in Ocean City, Maryland. Book now at OCOcean.com. And by American Standard Heating and Air. It's their all-star sales event with up to $1,100 in instant rebates or 0% APR for 36 months. Gary Thorne and Mike Bordick, twice rain delayed ball game. Good one. Orioles up.
Yeah, Fernando Abad now coming in out of the Twins bullpen. See his pitch arsenal last season. The fastball 73% of the time. No 2-seamer and 4-seamer. Low 90s with both. Occasionally the 4-seam will get up there to 95. Breaking balls, a little slider, occasional curve, and an occasional changeup as well. Primarily fastball pitcher though. Likes to mix the change in to the right-handers and the slider to the lefties. Overall, opponents hitting .251. The righties just down to .218, but the lefties way up to .277.
And a matchup lefty against lefty with Alvarez up. He has walked and struck out. First and third for the Orioles. He goes to center field. Buxton over and will make the catch. So one pitch and the outs recorded. But the Orioles come up with a couple of runs. They do it on 4 hits, leave 2, and take a 2-0 lead.
Geico highlights. How about setting the tone? Chris Tillman came out throwing BBs. 6 batters faced, 5 punch-outs for Tillman. And then the rains came. We got to enjoy the tarp on the field. But how about Tyler Wilson picking up pretty much right where Tillman left off? Quality pitches helped by some incredible defense. Remember, Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Michael Givens now out of the Orioles bullpen. A look at his pitch arsenal. Fastball 62% of the time from that sidearm angle. Low to mid 90s with the heater. The slider, a sweeping slider, 32% of the time. What a season last year for Givens. Beautiful earned run average, followed up with a monster spring training this year.
Great job by Tyler Wilson. Wilson came on after the rain. 3 innings, no runs, 2 hits, and 1 strikeout. He'll be the pitcher in line for a win in this ball game for the moment anyway. That pitch will be a strike in the inside corner from Givens. A couple of young players going against one another right here with Byron Buxton at the plate. Buxton, a strikeout victim, his first time up, batting 9th. And a big swing and a miss. Pitch going down and away. This is the converted shortstop. 2013 is when they converted him from shortstop to pitcher. And he has worked to a 2-0 mark in the major leagues in 22 ball games out of the bullpen for the Orioles with that record last year. 30 innings, 20 hits. He had 38 strikeouts in those 30 innings and only 6 walks. And he starts out right where he left off.
Yeah, he is an aggressive pitcher. He'll challenge you with what he has. 94-mile-an-hour heater right here. I mean, this guy has got an incredible arm. He was a 2nd-round pick back in 2009 as a shortstop, and everybody was saying, well, if it doesn't work out, get him on the bump. He was a great high school pitcher, and it has worked out.
Shift on in the infield as Dozier takes it. Dozier has popped out and struck out. Minnesota's not won their last 7 opening day games. They are 24-31 lifetime in openers. Center field not deep. Jones almost in place. Adams got it, and there are a couple of quick outs here in the 6th inning. Well, you youngsters 14 and under, time to join the Junior Orioles Dugout Club. A whole new lineup. The membership options include your choice of 2 6-game packages, exclusive benefits, game tickets, club hats, sunglasses, and more. And you get those tickets, your family and friends can purchase additional seats to Dugout Club games for as little as $6. Go to Orioles/Dugout Club. 2 away, base is empty. Joe Mauer, he's in the club and happy about it. That hat is not part of the membership benefits, although it certainly adds to it. Pitch will be taken for a strike. Mauer has struck out and grounded out. 10-game hit streak against the Orioles coming into this ball game for Joe Mauer. Givens in the inside out the other way, and that's going to be a base hit, making an 11-game hit streak. Rickard will get it back in. Mauer is on with a 2-out single, and that is just the third hit. 2 singles and a double picked up by Minnesota.
Yeah, Mauer, that's what he does his whole career. So tough to defend. The ability to pull his hands inside even when he gets beat. Gives himself a chance to pick up base hits. His name fits nicely with all the Twins greats.
Orioles have the 2-0 lead. And Sano with a big swing and a miss. He has been called out on strikes. First time up and popped out back in the 4th inning. Second among rookies in home runs last year and third among rookies in RBIs. And blew that one by him at 96.
Ooh. And it looked like it had that rise effect to it as well. Coming from the sidearm slot, this ball just takes off. 94 with the heater before, but oh, my goodness. 96 riding to the top of the zone. Tough to catch up with.
Right up there again and struck him out. What an inning for Givens. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on. He gave up a single, but he picked up a couple of strikeouts that make you go, whoa. 2-0 Orioles. Bring in the lumber. How about this? Rickard first time up, major league, base hit, gets it. Manny Machado. Adam Jones delivering a big blast that brought in a couple of runs. Machado scoring. The Orioles get the lead. Yellowwood. There's your line. 2-6-0 for the Orioles, 0-3-0 for the Twins. There is Machado, delivered the single, 2 RBI double by Jones. And J.J. Hardy up. Hardy has drawn a walk and he has flied out. The left-hander stays on. Abad stays in to work against Hardy. By the way, for Rickard, he became the first Oriole with a hit in his first career at bat at the majors since Jonathan Scope did it, September of 2013. 0-1 pitch on the way. That'll catch the corner for a strike. Paul Molitor would just as soon not have this matchup continuing here with Scope, Rickard, Machado due up with a left-hander, but he's stuck.
Yeah, he is stuck, and the Twins only have one more left-hander out there. That's Perkins, the closer. Yeah. So
when you have the rain delays, it creates havoc for managers trying to get through the rest of the game. and not have matchups you'd like to stay away from, lefty righty in this case. 1-2 pitch on the way, and that one is going to miss outside. A 2-ball 2-strike count to JJ.
Well, Abad has the ability to defend himself against righties with that changeup and the ability to fade that fastball down and away, but could potentially catch up. You know, Abad is typically a lefty matchup pitcher. Called on to do a little bit more than he's used to.
Yep. J.J. Hardy last year hit only .210 against left-handers. Expect that number to go up this season, along with really all of his offensive numbers, as long as he can stay healthy here in 2016. A 2-ball 2-strike count. Abad's delivery to him, the off-speed pitch. That's a floater at 71. The butterfly's outside.
Right, almost an ephus type pitch. Big arm cell as it comes whipping through there, about looking like a fastball, and then turns into just a marshmallow floating up.
3-2 delivery on the way to him. Hardy will pop that one up. On to play on the first base side. JJ back at short for the Orioles, where they hope he'll have all kinds of starts coming into this season. Oriole opening day starters. Cal Ripken had 14 of them at short, 20 overall for the Orioles. That's the most at short for an O's opening day starters. In the air towards left center field. Rosario at left will be called off. Buxton will come over and make the play, and Hardy's retired. On Saturday, join the O's zone rally team as the Orioles radio network affiliate WTTR Radio hosts their annual Birds Are Back rally at Westminster Island Green. From 11:30 until 1:30, join the Oriole Bird catcher Caleb Joseph and former Oriole Al Bumrith for an afternoon of fun and excitement. Go to Orioles.com/rallies to find where all of the Ozone fan rallies will be held. Here is Jonathan Schoop. He has popped out and flied out. Lefty pitch is going to miss to him. Schoop 232 off the lefties last year. Much better off right-handed pitching. 301. Outfield straight away.
We haven't even seen what Jonathan Schoop, Manny Machado really can do. We've seen glimpses, and of course Manny was out there every day, so you know you're hoping that consistency lasts for a long time. But Jonathan Schoop, we haven't even scratched the surface, I don't think. I mean, this guy could be a superstar just like Manny Machado. Question is, can you repeat it? Can you become the superstar like Adam Jones, who every year puts up great numbers and plays Gold Glove caliber center field?
3-0 count on him, and not close on any of those. So Abad way around on Jonathan Schoop, who will get the walk with one down here in the 6th inning, and great hand for the youngster in his major league debut. Rickard coming up.
Yeah, they're loving him. Got the signs, everything.
Getting a standing ovation.
Well, everything Buck Showalter and you know what Joey advertised in spring training has kind of come true here on opening day. Big at bats, to score the first run.
And the chant is Joey. For all those major league games, all those minor league games, you finally make it here and they're chanting your name. The off-speed delivery, he leaned out. That one will miss. And a 1-ball 1-strike count.
Right there, flips in the slow breaking ball. You get the crowd on his side. You think young player is going to be anxious and probably reach out for that curve ball. No, he shows tremendous patience. He's not going to get outside of himself at all.
That pitch is going to be in there for a strike, and it will go to 1-2. Rickard has certainly played for a number of interesting teams. The Hudson Valley Renegades, the Bowling Green Hot Rods, the Brisbane Bandits, that's Australia, the Montgomery Biscuits, the Charlotte Stone Crabs, and the Durham Bulls. Not bad.
Nice.
He's got a lineup of great team names. That one looped in the air to right field. Sano coming on will make the catch. Got a chance at first. Won't make a throw, though. The Rickard is finally retired. Fans applauding as he comes off.
Yeah, but even making that out right there, you see he falls behind and still finds a way to battle and almost dropped one in, if not for the nice running play by Sano.
So 2 down here in the 6th inning. Manny Machado, a base hit, 1 for 3 and a run scored. Adam Jones, 2 RBI double. The Orioles got their runs in the 5th inning of Casey Fiend, the 3rd pitcher, who went 2/3 of an inning, gave up 2 runs on 4 hits. And again, an off-speed breaking ball on the outside corner in there for a strike. Manny last year 258 off the lefties, 295 off the right-handers. Orioles would like to pick up some of these numbers against the left-handers, and you would believe they will with the talent they've got out there at the plate. The Orioles last year were 10th in average, 7th in runs, 3rd in home runs, of course. Trying to get that on-base percentage up from 12th in the league. Minnesota ranked 14th in average, but 8th in runs. They just took advantage of opportunities. Broken back ground ball to short. Escobar, Dozier, and there's the force out. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. 6 complete opening day here at Camden Yards. The Buck Showalter's club on top, 2-0. Orioles action as Giovanni Gallardo takes the mound against Kyle Gibson. Our coverage on MASN 2 begins at 6:30. O's Extra presented by Southwest, followed by our game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on MASN.
We'll take a look at Wednesday's starters. Kyle Gibson made 32 starts last year. Probably the Twins' most consistent starter. 500 record, but look at that earned run average, 3.84. And Giovanni Gallardo could be the key to this rotation. He's done it for 7 years straight. 13 wins last year. 3.42 earned run average. He's seeing what the defense can do behind a starting pitcher. He's going to have to pitch to contact, keep the ball down like he has done now for a number of years at the major league level. This could be a huge pickup for the Orioles.
Trevor Plouffe leading it off. Givens working his 2nd inning of relief. Plouffe has struck out and popped out. Only 3 hits for the Twins. They have stranded 3 and have had only 1 runner to second base in this ball game. Fouled away and a 1-0 count. Texas opened up with a 3-2 win against Seattle in their ball game today. As we said, Boston, Cleveland, Houston, New York. Both of those games were postponed due to weather. Givens' delivery will be taken down low. Givens can drop down, a little funk on the delivery, and it's tough.
Oh yeah, it sure is. And then you complement it with what's going on in the back end of the bullpen.
Hardy's got that one. He'll make the play and gets it. This week only T-Mobile customers can get a free season-long subscription to MLB.TV Premium. Go to T-Mobile.com/MLB to sign up now. Catch every moment on America's fastest-growing LTE network.
And this Orioles bullpen has been a strength for a number of years now. Of course, O'Day, a mainstay, huge sign here in the offseason to bring him back. He is the team leader out in the Orioles bullpen. Zach Britton, considered one of the best closers in the game. Then you have Givens and Brad Brock that are bridges to the back end of this Orioles bullpen, and both have had good success. Brock really started coming to his own. Dylan Bundy's the man that was so impressive in spring training. I mean, his fastball's getting up there in the mid-90s.
He looked like a closer.
Oh my goodness, did he look great. And it's so good to see. Obviously considered one of the top prospects since the day he signed, but injuries really set him back. There were a lot of question marks, so see the ball coming out of his hand well. This spring training was certainly encouraging for everybody in the Orioles organization.
1 ball, 2 strike count on Rosario. Rosario has struck out and grounded out. Twins desperately wanting to get off to a real good start this season. Down the line where nobody was playing. That was one where he just fought it off or he was going to be hit. Reger will make the throw to second base. Got a shot. Ball will get away. He's in. Would have been in even if it was handled cleanly. So Rosario picks up the double with 1 away here in the top of the 7th inning.
Boy, does he get inside this one. This pitch beats him. You do what you can, try to get the bat head to it. Nice play by Rickard, cutting that ball off down the line. Rosario's speed, though, able to get in there. His first double this year.
So Rosario on, and the Twins have their second base runner to second base in the ball game. And Byung-Ho Park, who delivered a base hit, his first major league hit came in the 5th inning. He's the designated hitter for the Twins. He was called out on strikes in his first major league at bat. The KBO League in South Korea's MVP. Ooh, and that one got him on the leg. Just a bad release point on that one. We'll put a couple on.
I think fortunately for Park, slider that just slipped out of the fingertips. Only 81 miles an hour. You see his fingers get underneath the baseball, losing the grip. Slow him down, catching it on the hamstring, but you know, you take it for what it is, turn the page. You got an opportunity now to roll a ground ball double play.
So a big moment here in the 7th inning with the Orioles lead at 2-0, 2 on, 1 away. Escobar's had a double, and he has lined out 0 for 3 with runners in scoring position so far for the Twins. Pitch by Givens is going to be way outside. Brad Brock gets up in the bullpen, warming up for the Orioles, kind of in a hurry. Suzuki, the number 8 hitter, waiting on deck. And Buck Showalter keeps looking at that lineup card. Who have I got here? Where am I? Runners off first and second. 1-0 pitch, way behind on that one. 1-1. Trevor May is in the bullpen for the Twins. For Givens, last season the left-handers hit only 205 off him. Right-handers 174. Ooh and an ah from the crowd on that one. A close but not quite. 2 ball 1 strike count.
And just missing that outside corner. He's missed a couple times with the slider. See if he can try to get back to it.
2-1 delivery on the way to him, and that one is drilled to right field, hit hard, going back near the wall, and it goes off the fence. Late start. Rosario will come in to score. Holding up at third base will be Park, and an RBI double for Escobar, who just missed a home run at the 375 mark.
Well, he took a huge hack at the first fastball Givens threw. He got it in his mind that Givens can't control the slider right now. He's gearing up for the fastball. This hole at bat, gets one elevated, and he gets on it, almost popping it out of the park. Trumbo, look at the patience there, just waiting for it to come back off the wall. Nice play there, not letting this ball play him. Good job keeping the runners in check there at second and third.
So Givens is going to come out of the ball game. Brad Brock will be coming on for the Orioles. The Twins have made it a 1-run ball game. And our pitching change brought to you by Jiffy Lube, who'd like you to pitch you to a change. Regular oil changes, they're proven to keep your car on the road longer. Drive in today.
Rock into the ball game. Take a look at his pitch arsenal. The fastball 62% of the time. It's a crossbody delivery in the mid-90s. The sweeping slider 12%, and the turbo change 26% of the time. 62 games, 5 wins, 2.72 earned run average. 89 punch-outs for Brad Brach, holding opponents to just a 2.03 overall batting average. See the inherited runners stranded. They'll do better at that. 12 of 29.
Infield is in, 1 out. Suzuki will take the pitch outside. Park is on at third base. Escobar, the potential go-ahead run, on at second. RBI double for him. And now Suzuki trying to get a big hit. He has grounded out and lined out. The Orioles will try and cut that run off if Park takes off on contact. Ground ball off his foot and into foul territory by Suzuki. So the 7th inning, the Twins, who had done very little through the first 6 offensively, finally start to pump a little bit as they got it done against Givens. They ended up working an inning and a third. It's charged with the 3 hits so far, the 1 run responsible though for the runners on.
Now, one thing about the Twins and Paul Molitor, they're not going to stop playing. They're going to keep giving everything they've got, keep trying to have quality at bats. Saw that last season in August when the Orioles were making a push to try to make it to the postseason. The Twins were actually on a downhill slide after starting off so well, and the Twins came in and basically just knocked the Orioles out of contention. Yeah. They went on to put a little charge and make a run for the wild card.
Almost. 1 ball, 2 strike delivery on the way. Suzuki puts it up in the air to left field. Ball heading over to the corner. Rickard over in foul territory. Makes the catch. Runner tags, and the run will score. So Park will come in to tie the ball game up at 2-2. A nice play made. Joey Rickard getting over there and having to reach into the crowd, but as a result of that, there was no chance to make a throw. Now, whether or not the Oriole infielders want to challenge whether or not the tag was appropriate at third. Did he wait for the catch? Yes, he did.
Yeah, he did indeed. Rickard, pretty good play there with the concentration. Some hands in there in the way. Actually tipped the fan.
So the Twins have come back and tied the ball game up. It is a 2-2 game on the sac fly. Now a runner at second base. They're going to challenge here. You have to get on the mound, step off, throw over. Home plate umpire makes the call. Now Buck wants to go to the video and ask, should I challenge? You cannot challenge that tag play unless you first properly do that. Pitcher goes to the mound, steps on the rubber, steps off, throws to third. There'll be no challenge here. So the ball game is tied. Runner on at second base. And here is Byron Buxton, the number 9 hitter, who has struck out twice and really fooled on that pitch. 0-1.
Nasty slider, so tough to pick up with the crossbody delivery. Throws it so hard. 88-mile-an-hour slider. Really tough to pick up the spin.
Buxton with Escobar at second base and a big secondary lead. Check swing, he went around on it. Mike Winters, home plate umpire, with the easy call strike on that swing. And an 0-2 count.
Why not try it again? That Wieters right back to it, and same exact result.
The young outfielder finds himself behind 0-2. Escobar walking off second. Ooh. Fouls that one back. That looked like it was pretty close to the top hand right there.
Yeah, it just took off. 95. And that fastball getting on Buxton after he's telling himself he's got to stay back for the slider, and he just takes it out of Wieters' glove right there.
So a 2-strike count continues. Outfield again, Adam Jones fairly shallow in center. 0-2 delivery on the way, will be outside. Interesting the way they've decided to play Trumbo, and I noticed this in spring training. In right field, he will face center. He will go at an angle many times to give himself a better jump towards the middle to cut down on balls in the gap. 1-2 again. That one's going to be outside. Buxton refusing to bite on it, and a 2-ball 2-strike count.
Well, there are many times when Wayne Kirby's working with his outfielders, he figures out how they move the best, and he'll make adjustments. And if he's a little bit weak going to that side, you open up the body, and it just gives you a quicker first step.
Swing and a miss. He got him. So Brock comes on and gets a big strikeout, but 2 runs in. Ball game tied. 7th inning stretch time. Opening day at Camden Yards.
Nasty pitcher's pitch. He's been targeting that area down and away, but he stays on and has that great ability to extend and find the barrel. Here, riding fastball up and in. Get the head position there, and another job of getting the bat head to the ball. Great base running as well. Tight turn there. Joey Rickard, spark plug today.
And the Twins have come back after trailing 2-0, tie the ball game up 2-2. Gary Thorne, Mike Bordick, great to have you with us. WJZ on board. They've joined us for this long day of a couple of rain delays that have been part of this game, but it's a good opening game between a couple of ball clubs who really have a chance to be postseason contenders.
Oh, absolutely. Well, really everybody in the American League has a chance. You know, you get off to a good start, but the Twins have been an Orioles nemesis here. Past couple seasons, they've won 8 games in a row. So, excuse me, it's good to see, you know, the starting pitching. Obviously, Tillman threw great. Santana threw well for them, but the rains came.
Yep.
You wonder how these guys keep their focus, and it is a quality baseball game right now. Some good at-bats. Twins, you knew they were going to fight back. They're never going to stop.
Go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Good ball game.
Absolutely.
Great opening and a new pitcher.
Yeah, back into the bullpen since Trevor May, mainstay out there, big time arm, 61% fastballs, rush it into the mid to high 90s with the heater. The breaking ball is the curve, has a slider as well, and then the changeup. Pretty dominant pitch for him. Primarily fastball change, the occasional curve and slider mixed in there.
So Trevor May on the mound. The Orioles in a 2-2 ball game bat in the bottom of the 7th inning. Adam Jones a 2 RBI double, 1 for 3. Those of you watching on WJZ, the main channel will be leaving us at 8 o'clock, but you can go to WJZ's secondary channel. They will continue to carry the ball game. 0-1 delivery on the way, and a 2-strike count. It'll be Jones, Davis, and Trumbo up against May here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Defense straight up, and that one Tag put on, he's gone. Adam waited, hoping for something better, but not to be. May starts with a K. Well, not really, but.
You see the big arm that May has, 95 at the knees. Look at the location on the pitch track, and then the power breaking ball down and away. Adam Jones wants a check at first base. It didn't take long to make that decision.
One down here in the 7th inning. Chris Davis 0 for 2 with a walk. He has struck out and popped out in the ball game. Abad went an inning and a third, gave up 1 walk, and that was it. Abad did a good job. The 2 runs coming off Casey Fiend. 2 runs, 4 hits in 2/3 of an inning. While Michael Givens was charged with the 2 runs picked up by the Twins in an inning and a third. He gave up 2 runs on 3 hits. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Shift on, pitch up high. Both of these ball clubs mighty happy there is a day off tomorrow, where they'd be going to the minors for game 2 for pitching.
Right. Well, yeah, you know, everybody in the organization, both organizations watching this ball game, they might have a chance to pitch on Wednesday.
And the pitch will be taken outside. A 3 ball, 1 strike count on Chris Davis. The Orioles are going to have to try and battle back. Very little breeze, gentle, blowing out towards center now. 3-1 delivery to him, and he was going for the long ball and fouls it back.
Chris Davis with a good pass on the 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Working the count full again. We've seen that many times in this ball game by the Orioles offense.
Chris has a 1 for 3 off May, and that one a home run. 3-2 delivery, and that one in the air to center field. Does he have 2? Going back at the wall, Buxton, and he's got it to just the right of the 410 deep center field mark. A long ride, but an out.
Well, the classic Chris Davis swing, great finish. It's a little cooler than usual. That front went through and kept it in the yard. Starts heating up and balls fly out of here. Early going. It's tough to get it out of Camden Yards.
Buxton always under control out there, isn't he? I mean, we got 2 really outstanding center fielders, and veteran Adam Jones and youngster Brian Buxton.
You love to see young players with the great poise. No panic at all.
Nope. Here is Trumbo, 2 down, nobody on. He goes after the long ball and will foul that one back. Trumbo has faced May only once, 1 for 1 off the right-hander. This is the 5th pitcher to work for the Minnesota Twins. The Orioles so far have used 4. 0-1 pitch, slider is going to be outside. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Hour and 41-minute rain delay before we started the game. An hour and 10-minute rain delay after 2 innings. Ground ball towards the hole. He's got a base hit. So Trumbo's got a 3-hit ball game in his first in an Oriole uniform. He's 3 for 4.
Nice at bats.
Follow Orioles baseball live with the MLB.com at bat app. Stay up to the moment, any moment. Game day live game video, StatCast news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, #1 app for live baseball, phone or tablet. So a 2-down runner at first base, Matt Wieters. Wieters 0 for 3. Short lead at first base for Trumbo. Orioles now with 7 hits in the ball game, and on the inside corner to Wieters. Oriole catcher is 0 for 2 against May.
Also, the Orioles offense have put together a number of great at bats here in this ball game. You have to continue to keep that patience and continue to keep working. Don't try to change anything and get out of your game plan.
1 ball, 1 strike count. The Orioles 2 runs in the 5th inning on the double by Adam Jones. Tied up 7th inning. Escobar with a double, sac fly by Suzuki. Throttle back to 85, got him out in front, 1-2.
And that's a nice changeup after 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Great sell with the arm speed. Pulling the string on that one.
Twins bullpen was 10th in ERA last year. The Orioles, of course, 3rd in the American League. Long look. And a step off. Trumbo back to the bag. Big finish here with a tie game, 7th inning. Long day for everybody. But now you got to find a way. 1-2 pitch. Wieters will take it down low. Suzuki able to come up with it, 2-2.
And Trevor May was actually getting stretched out in spring training. They thought he might land a spot in the starting rotation, but they figured he'd be better suited in the back end of the bullpen.
Three-game series against the Twins to open the year. Kyle Gibson, Philip Hughes will be the starters for the Twins. 2-2 delivery on the way inside Suzuki. It bounces off the shin guard. And down to second base goes Trumbo. 2 away. He's in scoring position.
You look for breaks, opportunities like this one here. Spiking the knuckle curve, and Suzuki, who's come up with some big stops. Can't get this one in the leather. Hits off the shin guard and kicks away, and Trumbo out in scoring position. And another 3-2 count for an Orioles hitter.
Well, let's see how big that wild pitch might prove to be. Orioles with the 3 hits in these situations. 3-2 delivery. Wieters down the line and right, and that will be foul. Trumbo will head back to second base. Orioles looking for the go-ahead RBI against May. Somewhat in the pacing mode for Buck Showalter. 3-ball, 2-strike count. Delivery again. Foul back into the screen again. We'll have an 8-pitch at bat. Wieters has done that a couple of times in the ball game where he's gone deep into the number of pitches in an at bat.
Yes, he has. Many of the Orioles hitters taking the count to 3-2, which is a great sign. Not in any hurry to get things done. They're going to wait out their pitch. Get a mistake.
3-2 one more time. Trumbo off second base. Wieters fouls it off again. This is very reminiscent of his previous at bat.
Yeah, he's getting pitched tough too. Some great changeups from May. 3 of them in this at bat, and putting them in good spot. 85 miles an hour, playing off the 95-mile-an-hour fastball. You see the location in the bottom of the zone. Ride a fastball up to the top.
Let's do this 3-2 one more time. Trumbo running with 2 down, and a breaking ball got him. So the battle won on a really good off-speed pitch right there by Trevor May. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on, 7 complete in a 2-2 opener. They said it, and it's the commissioner of baseball. His letter to fans in part said the last 5 seasons have produced more playoff teams, 24, than any such period in baseball history, and we have now gone a record 15 straight years without a repeat World Series champion.
Yeah.
Point well taken.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is what baseball wanted. Didn't want the dominance of teams just running away with it like the Yankees get on those runs and kept winning championships. So the parity in the game has worked out the way they wanted. And the American League is up for grabs this season. And now take a look at Darren O'Day. Of course, monster season last year. Really every season he's had with the Orioles. 152 earned run average, 82 punch-outs in 65 and a third innings. Opponents hitting just 198 overall. Righties 192. Lefties not much better at 210. Only gave up 5 long balls.
Dozier will lead it off against him, top of the order. He will get it in there for a strike. Brian Dozier, he has flied to center twice and he has popped out. Dozier saying we've got to be aggressive right from the beginning. We got off to a 1-6 start last year, ended up 10-12 in April. That's not good enough. The early games count as much as the ones in September, and he trying to prod his teammates along to right from the get-go have that attitude about winning.
Yeah, well, you know, a veteran player now, and the more you can talk about it in the clubhouse and get everybody on the same page and understand the importance of every pitch, every game, even these games in April when the weather's terrible.
Whoa, he got him to go on that one. 0 for 4 today, and there's a strikeout.
So what's so impressive about Darren O'Day is he's been doing this now for a number of years, and it's not too many relievers that can continue to throw the same stuff and still have the same results. Dozier's seen him plenty of times and still just fooled, almost falling down, swinging, trying to get this slider. Wow, impressive pitch there.
Mauer has faced O'Day only once and is 0 for 1. Tie ball game, 8th inning. Manny Machado stays in at third base just in case. Mauer's had a base hit. He is 1 for 3. That one fouled away. The National League, it's its 141st season. It's the 116th year for the American League. We begin the year with 3 new managers in baseball. Andy Green with the Padres, Dave Roberts with the Dodgers, and Scott Servais with the Seattle Mariners. 0-1 count. They give Mauer the middle. The manager probably has the most job guarantee is sitting over in the Minnesota dugout. Paul Molitor had the team owner Jim Pohlad said he can manage the club as long as he wants. That's what I'm saying right now, and that is for sure.
Well, I'll tell you, Paul Molitor did it the right way. I mean, obviously a great player, one of the greatest in the history of the game, but he came through their system. Yeah. He worked with the kids in the farm system. So he has a tremendous amount of respect. He communicates well. He has great relationships with everybody. I mean, he's just a perfect fit, well groomed for that spot.
2-1 strike count here on Mauer. We are in the 8th inning of a tie ball game. Orioles out hitting the Twins 7-5. Orioles, though, have left 9 on base. The Twins have left 4. Pitch to him will just miss down low. Sano waiting on deck. Kevin Jepson is in the bullpen, the setup man for the Minnesota Twins. Just in case they don't get a lead, then we'll see if they bring Jepson in or not. 3-1 strike count on Mauer. And he will take it, and it's there. So O'Day comes back on him and gets a full count, 3-2.
A nice backdoor slider right there from Darren O'Day. He has the ability to throw that slider anytime in the count, locates it very well. And you have to be careful with a hitter like Mauer.
3-2 strike count. Mauer swings, fouls that one off. We mentioned a long time ago, about 5 hours ago, that Mauer has done well in this ballpark and against the Orioles. He has a lifetime .338 average with 6 homers against the Orioles, 2 here at Camden Yards, where he has a .285 batting average. O'Day, 3-ball, 2-strike count. Got that one to right field, and that'll fall in for a base hit. So Maury comes through. He's got a 2-for-4 ball game going, and with 1 away here in the 8th inning, the Twins get a base runner.
Sometimes with a hitter like Maury, you just hope he hits it at somebody. Great battle there. O'Day working back into the count. Maury finding a way to get himself on base once again.
So Sano will come up, ever dangerous, and that big bat. He's gone 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts in the ball game. Sano did not face Darren O'Day in his first year last year. And will take the pitch for a strike. He didn't think so. Does the quick turnaround to Mike Winters, the home plate umpire.
It's so tough. Pick up the sidearm or Darren O'Day. Just a different slot, a different look that so many hitters aren't used to. And if you pick it up later than you're used to, that ball's going to get on you, even at 86 miles an hour.
That one to short. Hardy's got it. Throw to first, not in time. Good play by Davis, who had to go over Mauer, or Davis would have been down at least, or Mauer would have been down to second base.
Right. Real good play there by Chris Davis. J.J. Hardy a couple times in this ball game has picked up some line drives and tried to double up the runner at first base, but look at the athleticism by Davis. Has to reach over Mauer and then step and somehow keep that ball in the infield. Beautiful play there. Chris Davis had an incredible spring training. As focused as I've seen him since he's been a part of the Orioles. Really worked hard. You know, the numbers weren't there offensively, but defensively, he almost kind of took it upon himself to be a leader on the infield. When they were going through their drills, he was always top speed. He's a very, loud, confident guy, but when it came time to work, you didn't hear any of that. You just saw him work and do things the right way, which was a very good thing to see. Everybody knows he's going to be around here a long time, and he's doing it the right way.
2 down, runner on at first base. Plouffe for the 0 for 3 in the ball game. Pop out, ground out, strikeout. Day's delivery to him for a strike. The Orioles have really taken pride, kind of gone back a little bit to the old days when they have infield practice, about putting on a little show. Yeah. And Buck Showalter has put on the old Harlem Globetrotters song, right, Sweet Georgia Brown, when they're doing that, when they're working in the infield, and the guys kind of get up for it. They enjoy it, and it's like it used to be in pre-games.
Sure, you got to have fun with it.
Yeah. That ball into the gap in left center field. Mauer on the charge will make the turn at second base. Rickett will get it into second. It'll be a base hit for Plouffe, his first of the year. And with 2 down, the Twins have runners at first and third.
Good at bat here by Plouffe, staying on the slider, flipping it out over Hardy's head. Outfield playing a little bit deeper to prevent the doubles. Smart play by Joey Rickard. And the ball back into second base as Mauer hustles on into third.
So now Rosario, with 2 down, a chance to give the Twins a lead if they can pick up the big hit. Rosario had a double in the 7th inning that started their rally. He would come around to score along with Park on the double by Escobar and the sac fly by Suzuki. 24-year-old out of Puerto Rico. 2 down, 2 on. Each team now with 2 runs on 7 hits. And Rosario late on that one for a strike.
Your backdoor slider from Darren O'Day. Sort of mix it up. He has that sinker. A lot of hitters try to get Darren O'Day elevated. And when he senses that, or Matt Wieters or Caleb Joseph, they elevate. There's a great rising pitch that he can pinpoint at the top of the strike zone.
0-1 the count. Popped him up behind second. Jones coming. Adam calling, and he's got it. And O'Day gets out of the inning. No runs on a couple of hits. 2 are left on base. Bottom of the 8th coming up. 2-2 game. Live fearless with a name trusted for over 75 years. Care First, Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Joey.
Joey Rickard with a major league hit in his first at bat. Making a fine catch in the outfield on a sac fly. And he's had a 2-hit ball game.
Yeah.
A run scored, double single.
Pretty impressive.
Yep.
First day at the major leagues, making an impact.
2-2 ball game. Pedro Alvarez up, and he waited on it, but the ground ball is going to go to short. Escobar playing perfectly positioned. Alvarez retired. He's 0 for 3 and a walk now. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Game tied at 2. And the bullpens have done a tremendous job. J.J. Hardy coming up. The 2 runs, Casey Fiend surrendered on the Minnesota side. Michael Givens charged on the Orioles side. Both starters going only 2 innings because of rain and an hour and 10-minute second delay, rain delay in the game after an hour 41 delayed the start of the game. 0-1 pitch on the way, and on the outside corner a strike call to Hardy. A couple of fly ball outs in the game for the Orioles shortstop. Orioles with the 5-game streak of winning openers, trying to continue it here against the Twins. 1 ball 2 strike count. Buck Showalter's had all 5 of those. It's coming over. Opening day has been a good day for the skipper. 1-2 is in the dirt. 2 ball 2 strike count.
Both teams very solid back ends in their bullpen. There's Trevor May here showing the big arm, great change and breaking ball. Jepson forming up down there. We've already seen Fiend, but Perkins, a good arm.
2 down.
And the effects of the power fastball. Teddy died of fastballs away, and then the only one that works over the plate rides up and out of the strike zone at 93 that Hardy can't catch up to.
2 down, 3 strikeouts for May in the inning and 2/3 worked. Here is Jonathan Scope. A walk, flied out, popped out, hits it hard, Buxton back of the wall. It's right off the base. Scope on his way to second will have a 400-foot double. His first hit of the season gives the Orioles a chance here in the 8th inning with 2 down.
Jonathan Scope had a monster spring. And this is a big reason why. The ability to stay on the breaking ball. First double of the season. He powders this pitch. And stay on that pitch. Head down, just driven to center field. We've already seen a couple times. You got to do something to get it over Buxton's head. And he beats him deep. Great swing. Look at that bat path. That head to baseball and extend through. Good things happen.
Fans are making some noise. Pitch will be taken for a strike. Who else? Joey Rickard at the plate. Single, double run scored, and he is flied out. And a chance in his major league debut to give the Orioles the lead. 3 for 9 runners in scoring position for the O's. And a big cut and a 2-strike count. May trying to work his way out of the inning and leave Scope on. The Orioles trying to get the lead to go to the 9th. Scope's able to get a big secondary lead. They're not trying to hold him. Outside corner, strike 3 called. 4 strikeouts for Trevor May. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. 1 left on base. 9th inning coming up. 2-2 ball game. The Oriole closer coming on. Orioles baseball on Masson, brought to you by Southwest. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by Royal Farms. ATMs are surcharge free. Get your cash for nothing. Bank or credit card fees may still apply. With Mike Gornick, I'm Gary Thorne. Heck of a ball game to open it up with. What a day. They won't forget this opener. 2-2 tie to the ninth.
And here you go, right to the back end. Zach Britton now into the ball game. One of the best closers in the game. Take a look at his pitch arsenal. Pretty much fastballs, 90%. One of the best fastballs you're going to see. Great late movement in the strike zone. And he does have the ability to flip up a nasty curve as well.
And that one at 96 down low.
See the number, 64 games, 4 wins, 192 earned run average, 36 saves for Zach Britton. Opponents hitting just 214. Lefties, not much of a chance, 145. But the most impressive stat, 80% ground ball rate.
Park getting a look at him in his first major league game. He's had a good first game as well. The DH has singled, but hit by a pitch, scored in the 7th inning after he was hit by that pitch. And now he gets a look at Britton for the first time with a 2-0 count. And a swing and a miss, trying to catch up to that fastball, which not many can do, especially with a sink on it. He finished tied for third among relievers with 36 saves. He had 24 consecutive at one point. His ground ball percentage was the league leader among relievers in the American League. Big swing and a miss again. And you know, Park is going, this is what they were talking about.
Yeah, where did it go? And wait till he takes a look at the pitch track after the game. This ball just disappearing down at the bottom of the zone. Believe it or not, hasn't even thrown a fastball close to being over the plate, and he's 2-2 on the count.
2-2 delivery to Park. Chopper came inside, ran that one off the handle of the bat. And the count will stay at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Zach now 28 years old. The 6th pitcher used by the Orioles in the ballgame. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Young Ho Park waiting and fouled it off. Just got enough.
Orioles pitching has been outstanding. Of course, started by Chris Tillman. 2 innings, 5 strikeouts. Faced 6 batters, and Tyler Wilson came in. A beautiful job. 3 innings, scattering the 2 hits, only 1 punch out. Givens came in for an inning and a third, scattering the 3 hits with a couple Ks. Brock as well. I mean, the pitching's been outstanding in this game.
That one to shortstop will be played by Hardy at another ground ball. 1 down, top half of the 9th inning. Escobar and Suzuki due up. 7 and 8 in the lineup. Escobar's had a very solid opening day with a couple of doubles, an RBI, and he has lined out. The switch hitter gets his chance. He is 0 for 2 in the only times he has faced Britton. Crowd today of 45,785. And a lot have hung on through the long afternoon and early evening. Whoa.
Let's see that.
That was an arc.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, he's got a nasty breaking ball. Of course, I don't know. If you're about 2 or 3 years old, you might not remember Zach Britton being a starter. But he was at one time and had the full repertoire of pitches.
Go from an 81-mile-an-hour breaking ball to a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, kind of unfair. And then the fact that Britton has this, he throws with the short arm. He brings it up behind his head, so there's deception. You can't see the ball at all. And it just explodes out from behind his ear.
0-2 delivery on the way, and a swing and a foul tip. Escobar stays alive, and the count stays at 2 strikes. 1 down, 9th inning, game tied at 2. The Orioles had the lead. Picked it up in the 5th inning on the Adam Jones double. Twins came back to tie it up. 7th inning, double Escobar, sac fly Suzuki. And asking for a timeout. He wants the ball. Well, no. I thought he wanted the ball thrown in, but no. Oh, 2 count. In the air, center field. Adam Jones. 2 down.
You don't see that very often. Fly ball from Zach Britton.
2 away. Suzuki coming up. 0 for 2 and a sac fly. Grounded out, lined out. And they got the fly ball to left field that brought in the tying run in the 7th inning. The Orioles have the top of the order due up in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Kurt Suzuki, veteran catcher. He's done a really good job behind the plate in this game. He is 2 for 6 against Britton. Get a couple up. Perkins is the closer, closest to you, who struggled a bit in spring training, and Jepson's the setup man who's been up before. Check swing. Did he go? Yep. Mike Winters, the home plate umpire, makes the call on that one. 1-1.
Wow. Pretty impressive stuff Zach Britton is featuring. He had a monster spring training. After his 2nd appearance in spring, Buck Showalter wanted to box him up and send him up here to Baltimore. So he is good, ready to go. And that same type of movement on his pitches.
1-1 delivery on the way. Ground ball to third, foul. All of a sudden the wind has picked up and is blowing in from center field.
I don't know, it's feeling like 3 seasons today.
Yeah, really. Started out in summer, we went to fall, now it's like early snow season. Not that bad. It was 58 degrees at game time. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Breaking ball will miss. Suzuki's got a pretty good eye. He doesn't do a lot of chasing. He's pretty patient up there at the plate.
Yeah, he is, and you know, they like him offensively. Unfortunately, he's starting to fatigue a little bit more.
Yeah.
So
aren't we all? 2-2 delivery, and that's going to miss down low, and the count goes to 3-2.
Yeah, catchers, they take a beating back there. Their legs get beat up. Their timing gets thrown off as the season progresses. And if you have a couple good backstops, it's you know, wise obviously to platoon their playing time. You might have one that catches a little bit more, but it's nice to be able to keep them fresh. And that's what the Twins are going to do this year with Murphy and Suzuki.
3-2 delivery towards the hole. Hardy's got a long throw up. He's trying to bounce it over there. Does, and a fine play again by Chris Davis. An intentional one hopper became a hop and a half, and Davis was able to get it, and that'll do it. A 1-2-3 9th inning. The Orioles defense rising to the occasion again. Can the Orioles get one to win it in the 9th? Machado, Jones, and Davis due up.
Extra post game, and when you talk about this game, it's been nip and tuck, and the Orioles got a chance to win it down the bottom of the 9th.
Well, Minnesota has beaten the Orioles 8 consecutive times, but the Orioles today have put a stop on that. So far, the Orioles pitching 10 strikeouts, no walk. Orioles offense coming up, Machado, all of the big power guys in this lineup right now.
An interesting bottom half of the 9th inning. Let's return you now to Gary Thorne and Mike Bordick. Gary.
Tom, thank you very much. Tom and Rick will have the recap of this thing. Whatever it's going to look like, it has been one heck of a game, though. There you go to the bottom of the 9th. Orioles out hitting them by 1, and it'll be the setup man.
Yeah, Kevin Jepson coming in. Great pickup for the Twins last year, requiring him from the Rays. And he did nothing but impress in the back end of the bullpen. The fastball 92 to 97 with that heater, using it 67% of the time. Has a curveball and the change. Take a look at his numbers here. 75 games last year with a 2.33. Had 15 saves, 59 punch outs in 69 2/3 innings. Opponents hitting just 206 overall. Righties, no chance A, just 172. Lefties, not much better, 235.
So Jepson is on for Trevor May, who did a great job. Couple of innings worked by May. He gave up 2 hits, but he struck out 4 and did his job holding the Orioles. 2-2, 9th inning. Orioles need 1 and it's over, and an opening day win will be theirs. Manny Machado, a base hit, a run scored. He is 1 for 4 in the ball game. 0 for 3 lifetime against the right-hander on the mound. Jepson's delivery. First pitch popped up. Wind is blowing. Could be interesting. First base, Mauer. Look at it take it. He's got it. 1 down. And the drive of the game brought to you by Lexus of Towson, the area's #1 luxury dealer. Come see why at LexusofTowson.com.
Oh, did Adam Jones get onto this one? Deepest part of the field, right center, off the wall. And yeah, there were runners on base. Joey Rickard scoring the first run of the year. Manny Machado right behind him. The captain picking up a couple big runs there.
Adam Jones 1 for 6 off Jepson. Plouffe will guard the line at third, about a couple of steps behind the bag. Outfield very deep to try and cut off any gappers. 1 down. Jones will take the pitch for a strike. Adam with a 2 RBI double came in the 5th inning, accounting for the Oriole runs. Orioles have left 10 on base in the ball game. 6 left on by the Twins. 0-1 delivery on the way. Adam with a big cut out of the strike zone up high, and it goes to 0-2.
Tough to pick up Jepson as well. That cross-body delivery. And some wild hacks at times. You know, Adam Jones gearing up for the heater. It rides way up and out of the zone.
Boy, both teams have gotten to see about everything the other has in pitching, haven't they?
Yes, they have.
Here in 1 game. Jepson with the 0-2 delivery to Adam, and that'll be a bouncer. And a 1-ball 2-strike count. Davis waiting on deck. Of course, has been some opener. This is the first pitch, and watch his reaction. That's not good.
No, there's something going on over there.
1-2 delivery on the way, and a swing and a miss. Ball's lost. Suzuki finds it and makes the play. And now Suzuki may be hurt, and Adam Jones may be hurt. Look at him, how he's carrying that shoulder in.
I think Suzuki got a throat ball.
Yep.
Adam Jones might be some lingering effects from a spring training injury. Not that Adam ever talked about any injury, but you know how hard he plays the game, and sometimes you know you get bumps and bruises and they just stay with you for a while. See the breaking ball. Jones biting on it in the dirt, and it just kicks up and catches Suzuki right under the chin.
Trainer came out to make sure he was okay. Adam Jones did not go down under, which is a good sign. A lot of times if a player's hurting, you just try and get out of camera view down underneath and stretch or do whatever, but Adam stayed right there. 2 down, Chris Davis. 9th inning. Chris has an 0 for 3 and a walk. Strikeout, popped out, flied out. Full shift is on against him, and the pitch taken down low for a ball. What a start to the season. No matter how this game ends. Chris has had a home run off Jepson. He is 2 for 7 against him. 1-0 delivery on the way, and that's going to be outside. Count goes to 2-0. Jepson obviously being very careful there with his pitches to Chris Davis.
Oh yeah, well, got to be careful with all of them. Mistakes will get powdered by this Orioles offense, and they've been very careful this whole game.
Outfield very deep. 2-0 delivery on the way to him. Chris takes, kept the ball down low, and it is in there for a strike. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Bottom of the 9th, 2 down. Game tied at 2-2. One of the longer, I would suspect, opening day ball games when you add all the rain delay. 2 rain delays in. 2-1 pitch on the way, and that will miss. So Chris gets ahead on the count. 3 balls and 1 strike.
And almost just working that outer edge. If it's a strike, if he gets the call, all's good. He's not going to leave anything on the plate, it doesn't seem, for Davis.
3 ball, 1 strike count. See if he gets one to hit here. And did not. So he will draw another walk. That's 2 on the day for him. Orioles get the potential winning run on at first base. Orioles have had 5 walks total in the ball game. 2 down, and here's Trumbo, who's already had a 3-for-4 day. 3 singles. The other time he flied out to right field.
So no, he's feeling good, picking up 3 knocks in this ball game. Might be time to take advantage of a mistake.
Fans are up. Rally caps on. Inside out will be foul back. You talk about a prevent defense in the outfield. If they were any further back, they'd be buying tickets. All the way around, you can hardly see them. Buxton and centers about as deep as you can go here at Camden Yards.
No back there, no doubles.
0-1 count, 2 down. Davis edging off first, held by Mauer. Trumbo up the middle, is going to get a base hit. Buxton's going to go a mile to get there. So Davis is going to be able to get third base. Throw comes into second. So the advantage of playing so deep that time proves to be a disadvantage, and a ground ball slowed down by the wet grass.
Yeah, and now here you go. Takes away the ball in the dirt. At least Jepson won't spike a breaking ball, or probably not. Take that chance. Chris Davis once again a good secondary lead. Play is right in front of him. Don't even have to pick up the third base coach. You see what's happening. Nice job by Davis. Twice in this ball game he's gone first to third.
What a day for Trumbo in his debut for the Orioles. A 4-hit game, 4 singles. The potential winning run is at third base. Chris Davis. Wieters 0 for 4. Faces Jepson looking for a game winner. Runner goes to second. Base hit up the middle. Matt Wieters, game-winning RBI. And the Orioles in the bottom of the 9th take home a 3-2 win.
Boy, that's how you do it right there.
Game-winning RBI for Matt Wieters, making Britton the winner, Jepson the loser, and the Orioles' 6th consecutive opening day win.
Great swing there from Wieters. The high fastball off the bat. He knows he's got the game winner. Hand goes up in the air. Matt Wieters was another big pickup in this offseason. Could have gone somewhere else. Decided to stay here.
Now about wondering until the last week of spring training whether Matt Wieters was going to be available for opening day or not.
Yeah.
He pushed it. He wanted to be in, so he decided, I'm going back to play in the A games, get myself ready for opening day, and here he comes away with the game-winning base hit RBI.
Well, the game-winning RBI obviously huge for the Orioles win, but the way he controlled this pitching staff today, starting with Chris Tillman, setting the tempo of the ball game, put down the right fingers today and really got the most out of all of his pitchers.
So Matt Wieters gets the game winner. The Orioles have a 3-2 win, coming away with a walk-off here in the Ninth inning, the Bird celebrates along with the fans who hung on here after the long day. And we are joined by the man who got that hit, Matt Wieters. Matt, congratulations. Nice start.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, we'll take it. It's a nice win. It seems like we've been here for a while.
Yeah, you got that part right. Matt, we were talking about the fact that, until the last week, you weren't sure, the Orioles weren't sure whether you were going to be available for opening day. Did you push a little bit with Buck and try and make sure you were going to be here?
It was the plan all along. We just wanted to make sure we got it right and felt comfortable playing. So like I said, we're just going to listen to the elbow and go from there.
Hey, congratulations on the big hit, but let's talk pitching, man. You had these guys going right from the get-go. Tell us about Tillman and his start.
Yeah, Tillman threw the ball great. That's as good as I've seen him throw the ball for 2 innings out there. And then, when Tyler coming in, that's tough to do when you're a starter and you're used to being a starter to come out of bullpen and get it to the end of the bullpen there.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Adam Jones lied. He said there weren't going to be any pies.
Get out of your ears.
I can't hear you guys.
I can understand that. Okay, we have to ask you, what flavor was that?
Some sort of orange in it. I don't know what that's.
Wow.
It tastes like a creamsicle is what it tastes like.
A creamsicle pie. I think they actually make those.
Yeah.
Now, I want to know, Adam Jones had said there weren't going to be any pies here. What's going on?
He gave me a warning. I don't know if he wanted him to go out with a bang, but he said he was doing it tonight.
How about Zach Britton, Matt? He's mid-season form.
Yeah, he actually got a fly ball tonight, which he normally doesn't do. So, no, he threw the ball away. Whole bullpen, kept it in. Michael, he was going out there for his second inning and just got a couple pitches away from him. But other than that, all the staff threw the ball great.
So this opening day, a memorable one, obviously?
For sure. It's a long one and a good one.
Yeah.
Matt, congratulations. Thanks very much. Enjoy the pie.
Thanks, guys.
That's what you get for getting a game-winning hit and an RBI. And Adam Jones pie in the face because there aren't going to be any pie in the faces this year. Can't trust Adam anymore. Orioles with a great win on this opening day. Join us again Wednesday, Game 2 of the 3-game set against the Twins. Giovanni Gallardo takes them out against Kyle Gibson. Our coverage on Masson begins at 6:30. O's Extra presented by Southwest. This has been a Masson presentation. What a great ball game and what a great win in the opener for the Orioles. For Mike Bordick and all of our crew, I'm Gary Thorne. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Final, Orioles 3, Twins 2. Adieu.